Good morning and welcome to the May 19th public hearing and public meeting. The LPC hearings and meetings have been held in Zoom meetings since April 21st, and today we are going to try out a new Zoom format to see if it has operational advantages. Instead of using Zoom meetings, we will be using Zoom webinar. The hearing will still be live streamed on YouTube, and anyone who wishes to watch the hearing should do so on YouTube. Anyone who wishes to testify on a hearing item should join the Zoom webinar at the estimated time listed on our agenda. We will still display the webinar ID and password information and the phone number at the beginning of each item and at the beginning of the portion of the hearing when we take public testimony. When the public joins the webinar, they will be able to hear and see the proceedings and will not need to follow along on YouTube. And we hope this will make the transitions go more smoothly. After the applicant's presentation, we will ask if there is anyone to testify. If you wish to testify, please raise your hand using the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen, and we will move you from an attendee to a panelist. When we call your name, you may need to unmute yourself depending on your device's settings. And today we will be starting the day with some housekeeping items in research to rescind and/or amend landmark sites to reflect current site conditions for 3 individual landmarks. And then we will be moving on to our preservation agenda. Okay, so with that, I will turn it over to our Director of Research, Kate Lemos-McHale. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning. Item 1 this morning is LP 0637A, the Beth Hamerdrash Haggadol Synagogue, originally Norfolk Baptist Church, at 60 Norfolk Street, aka 60 to 64 Norfolk Street, Manhattan, Block 346, Lot 37. Item proposed for the Commission's calendar is the proposed rescission of the landmark designation, consisting of the vacant lot formerly the site of the Beth Hamerdrash Haggadol Synagogue, also known as Norfolk Street Baptist Church. And presenting this morning is Tim Fry.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Tim Fry, the Director of Special Projects. As you're aware, 60 Norfolk Street was vacated in 2007 due to serious structural issues, and in 2017 suffered a catastrophic fire that severely damaged the building. This proposal, as Kate mentioned, is to rescind the landmark and the landmark site because the designated building has been demolished. In a series of votes beginning in 2017, LPC eventually approved demolition of the entire site due to hazardous conditions. In its June 2019 vote, to approve the full demolition, the Commission found the loss of historic fabric due to the fire, structural issues, and partial demolition of unstable masonry had resulted in a building and site that no longer conveyed significance or integrity as an individual landmark. Because the building has been demolished, this proposal is to rescind the designation of the landmark and the landmark site. The Research Department recommends that the Commission calendar the proposed action for consideration at a future public hearing. Thank you. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Tim. I think many of you are, all of you perhaps, are very familiar with this site. Unfortunately, there was a terrible fire, and we were carefully reviewing dismantling it with the eye to try to salvage as much as possible. And ultimately there was a collapse during work. And at this point, I think the commissioners have approved full demolition, recognizing the lack of integrity. So I think you've been to the site, many of you. I think you're very familiar with it, but are there any questions for Tim at this time? Please raise your hand. Okay, so not seeing any questions, we'll go ahead and make a motion to calendar this item. Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to calendar this item?
Yes, Sarah, did we take attendance?
We did not.
We have not taken attendance.
All right, Rich, why don't you take attendance
yes.
so that we can take the vote?
All right, Chair Carroll.
Here.
Commissioner Bland,
Here.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Here.
Commissioner Chapin,
Here.
Commissioner Chen,
Yeah.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Here.
Commissioner Gustafson, Commissioner Jefferson,
Here.
Commissioner Lutfi, Commissioner Holford Smith.
Here.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So Commissioner Chapin, would you just make a motion to calendar this item?
Motion to calendar this item.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Holford Smith, would you second that motion?
I second the motion.
Okay, all right, all in favor of calendaring the item, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, none opposed. So this item is calendared and we'll hold a hearing in the near future.
Okay, item 2 is LP 0005A, Kingsland Homestead at 143-35 37th Avenue in Queens, block 5275, lots 1, 111, 112, 115, 117, 119, 120, and block 5012, lot 60. Item proposed for the Commission's calendar is the proposed amendment to the landmark designation of Kingsland Homestead, which was moved in 1968 to rescind the former landmark site and designate the current location in Weeping Beach Park as the landmark site. And presenting again is Tim Fry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, Tim Fry, Department Staff. The Kingsland Homestead is one of the oldest buildings in Queens. The landmark was moved shortly after designation, and as Kate mentioned, this proposal is to amend the landmark designation to reflect the current location. Kingsland Homestead was named after Captain Joseph King, the son-in-law of Charles Doherty, who constructed the property around 1785. Kingsland Homestead was designated in 1965 at 4025 155th Street, block 5270, lot 14. In an early decision, LPC approved a certificate of appropriateness, number 9, to relocate the landmark to its current site at 143-35 37th Avenue, block 5012, lot 60. Which is also the site of the landmark of the Weeping Beech tree. As seen in the photo on the left, the former lot was subdivided into 7 lots for the construction of a series of brick row houses in 1970. As Kate mentioned, these lots are block 5275, lots 1, 111, 112, 115, 117, 119, and 120. On the right is a photo of the landmark in its new location, where it operates as the headquarters of the Queens Historical Society. It's maintained by NYC Parks, which acquired Weeping Beech Park in 1925 and expanded the park to its current size in 1976. The maps on the right of this slide illustrate the relocation of the Kingsland Homestead. The left map shows the original location of the landmark. The map on the right shows the location of the subject property within Weeping Beech Park. The Research Department recommends the Commission consider at a future public hearing amending the landmark site of Kingsland Homestead to reflect its current location in Weeping Beech Park. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Tim. Are there any questions for Tim? So this is an interesting condition where the Commission designated this property and then issued a certificate of appropriateness for its relocation, but since 1970 never actually amended the landmark site to reflect that. Because the owner is the Parks Department, we've of course always reviewed permits and applications for this property, but we want to make sure that we get the landmark site accurate, and that's why we're proposing this. And I see Commissioner Chapin has a question. Please go ahead.
It's not a question. I realize I should recuse on this item because I am.
That's right.
Board of
That's
Historic.
right.
So I'm going to
And
go
two other
off the
commissioners
board here.
as well.
Thank you.
Yes, and I think we have another recusal as well. Commissioner Goldblum, do you need to recuse?
Yes, I'm going
Yes.
to do so.
And you'll need to for the next item as well, I believe. Okay, so any questions? Okay, so let's, Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to calendar this item for a future public hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Devonshire, would you second that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so none opposed and 2 recused, and Commissioner Gustafson is not present. He also would have recused. Okay, so we'll move on to the next item now.
Okay, item 3 is LP 0317A, Alexander Hamilton House, aka The Grange, also known as Hamilton Grange, 414 West 141st Street in Manhattan, Block 2050, Lot 4, and Block 1957, Lot 140. Item proposed for the Commission's calendar is the proposed amendment to the individual landmark designation of Hamilton Grange, which was moved in 2008 to rescind the former landmark site and designate the current location in St. Nicholas Park as the landmark site.
Oops. Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks, Kate. Again, Tim Fry, Department staff. Excuse me. The Alexander Hamilton House, also known as The Grange, is a federal-style house named after the Scottish home of Alexander Hamilton's paternal grandfather. The landmark was moved after designation, and this proposal, as Kate mentioned, is to amend the landmark designation to reflect its current location in St. Nicholas Park. Over the lifetime, the building has been moved 3 times. In the center of this map is the location where Alexander Hamilton erected the house as a country retreat on 35 acres in 1801. To the left is where in 1889, the house was moved 500 feet and operated as a chapel and later a rectory for the adjacent St. Luke's Church. And the area marked new site at the bottom left is where the National Park Service moved the property in 1998. As seen in these photos at the time of designation on the left and the 1980 tax photo on the right, the front elevation of Hamilton Grange faced the church with the side porch exposed as a street facing out elevation when it was located at 287 Convent Avenue. In 1960, the Department of the Interior designated Hamilton Grange as a National Historic Landmark. In 1966, LPC designated the property as a New York City landmark, and in 1976, Congress passed legislation establishing Hamilton Grange as a national memorial. It was at this time funds were appropriated for its relocation and restoration. In November of 1974, LPC designated the Hamilton Heights Historic District, which includes St. Luke's Church and the former site of the Hamilton Grange. The former lot is indicated by the arrow here on this map, and the amendment before you today only applies to the individual landmark designation highlighted in pink. St. Luke's Church and its entire site remains in the Hamilton Heights Historic District and within LPC's jurisdiction. In 1993, LPC issued a certificate of appropriateness approving the schematic proposal to move Hamilton Grange from 287 Convent Avenue, Block 2050, Lot 04, to its current site at 414 141st Street, Block 1957, Lot 140 in St. Nicholas Park. The map on the right illustrates the relocation of Hamilton Grange. The red rectangle towards the top of the map shows the original location of the landmark wedged between the apartment building and St. Luke's within the Hamilton Heights Historic District. The lower rectangle near the legend shows the current site of the Hamilton Grange within St. Nicholas Park, And the Google image on the left illustrates that through a photograph as well. As seen in these National Park Service photos, the move was completed in 2008. After a complete restoration, the landmark reopened to the public on September 17, 2011. The research department recommends the commission consider at a future public hearing amending the landmark site of Hamilton Grange to reflect its current location in St. Nicholas Park. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Tim. Are there any questions for Tim? This is, again, another situation where the commission issued a report to allow the relocation, and we're just changing the landmark site now to reflect its new location. Its previous location remains within the boundaries of the historic district. Okay, so without any questions, why don't we make a motion to calendar? And Commissioner Holford Smith, would you make that motion?
So moved.
And Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
I'll second it, but I'm trying to raise my hand too, and I'm getting.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is such an important house for such an important American. I'm wondering what, if anything, like a marker would be on the original site. Is there anything at all that marks this extraordinary moment in American history in this house, which was so famously built by this famous American? Is there anything at all to note, for instance, passers-by walking by the row houses that are there now, that this was the actual original site of the Grange? That's my question, and I'll now lower my hand.
And I'll let Tim answer that. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. Commissioner, there's, excuse me, to my understanding, there's no plaque or marker at the original location. However, the National Park Service still maintains a statue next to 287 Convent Avenue of Alexander Hamilton, as that property is still part of a site maintained by the federal government. In the left-hand photo here, you can see the statue that's still located at that 1899 site.
Right.
Right.
That's an important site. It was there a long time, but somehow that original seems to me to be important. This is not something that we need to deal with today. I'm just kind of expressing the hope that a group who admire Hamilton might figure out how to arrange a plaque on that site. I think it's just an important thing for history for current people to know about that history. So we can move along.
Okay, and we can certainly talk to the National Park Service about that as well. Okay, so all in favor?
Wait, so we had no second yet because he asked a question.
Oh, yeah.
I was asked a second. You're right, Counselor. I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, none opposed. So that is calendared, and we'll also hold a hearing for that in the near future.
And just so the record's clear, there's no recusals on this, just so it's clear. This is a federally owned property, so there's no recusals.
Okay, thank you, Mark. All right, and so thank you, Tim and Kate, and we're now going to move to the Preservation Department agenda, and we'll just take a minute for the directors to hand over control of the screen, and we'll go ahead and get started. And in a minute, our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala, will start our preservation agenda.
Thanks, Sarah. And we do have our applicants, so we're just going to wait a minute and then I'll read the first item into the record.
Okay.
All right, everyone, good morning. We're going to start today's Preservation Department agenda with the public hearing item number 1. This is LPC 20-04602, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, block 1960, lot 25, 412 Clinton Avenue in the Clinton Hill Historic District, a neo-federal style house designed by R.I. Marquith and built in 1919. The application is to construct a rear yard addition, install ramps and railings, and replace windows and roofing.
And Commissioners, the applicants have joined our webinar, and please state your record and state your name for the record, and you may begin. And if the applicant could just please unmute yourself.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners and guests. My name is Todd Philippi, architect and principal with Church Architects, LLC. And with me is the program director of Brooklyn Teen Challenge, Paul Burke.
Morning.
The proposal we are seeking is to construct a rear yard addition to 412 Clinton Avenue in the Clinton Hill Historic District. Since 1958, this has been the headquarters of Brooklyn Teen Challenge. The addition is necessary to consolidate the operations of Brooklyn Teen Challenge to one location. And to advance the slide, up here we are.
You just need to click on the actual presentation itself to advance, or you could use the arrow keys as well.
Okay. So the blue arrow points to the property's location at the southwest corner of the historic district boundary. Properties immediately to the south and west are not in the district. The property is a through lot with a manor-style house facing Clinton Avenue and a carriage house in the back fronting on Vanderbilt Avenue. The aerial photo to the right shows the roof of the manor house and a 7-story brick apartment building that is immediately to the south, which is outside of the historic district. On the left is a tax photo from 1940, and it shows the house much the same as it is today. The tax rolls dated the construction at 1930. I understand from your report that it's dated at 1919, but nevertheless, the appearance and the exterior is fairly much the same. The photo to the right is from 1958 when it was acquired for use as a ministry center, which the program director, Paul Burke, will now tell you a little bit about.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Paul Burke. I'm the program director for Brooklyn Teen Challenge. Brooklyn Teen Challenge was founded in 1958 after a man by the name of Reverend David Wilkerson, who was from the hills of Pennsylvania, came to New York to help 7 particular boys that were on a murder trial of Michael Farmer as a gang initiation. When he came to the area, he saw that there were many gangs and people addicted to heroin at the time, and he felt led to start a program in New York, in Brooklyn. And in 1958, he purchased his house and started the program, which is now called Teen Challenge. And that program is now in 120 nations, in 1,400 centers around the world, 242 centers in the United States. We are the flagship program of 1,400 programs. So not only are we in a historic area, but we're also in his historic building. We sold a piece of property up the street last year to be able to do a renovation and expansion. And because we have sold the property up the street, we've lost some square footage to run the program. So the expansion is to help with that, and the monies from the sale was used for will be used for a much needed renovation, so that the building will fit the landmark historic area, but also fit the fact that it is a landmark program, a flagship program for 1,400 centers around the world. I'd appreciate the time today, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the front view of the house in its context. There is a 4-story brick house to the right that is also in the historic district, which has been renovated into multiple apartments. The tall brick wall to the left is the 7-story apartment building, which is outside of the historic district. Now, this is just a close-up of the tax photo to indicate that the exterior of the building, the basic massing, windows, etc., really has not changed over time. The back of the property facing Vanderbilt, there is the carriage house garage, and then there is a driveway to the right of that, which you really can only see the back of the house when the gate is open and you can look up that driveway. But that's a picture standing on the sidewalk looking up the driveway. You'll also notice a large oak tree to the right, which we are planning on preserving. So the existing house is to the right on this, the carriage house to the left, the through lot, and there's about feet between the two buildings of paved concrete. Now, looking directly at the back of the house, you can see changes over time, which included a fire escape being added, window sashes that were replaced, window air conditioning units in there, and an entry portico. I want to note that there really is only one authentic window showing in this view, and that's in the bottom right corner with the 9/1 mutton style. Now we're looking at views from the back of the property. View number 1 is looking to the north at the 7-story apartment building. And then as we move to view 2, we begin to see the carriage house on the right side. View 3 is standing at the back of the house, looking at the carriage house. View 4 is looking into the adjacent backyard, which is shared by the multiple apartment residents there. And I would like to point out that in picture 1, the location of the basketball backstop is approximately where the back wall of the addition would fall. Our proposed expansion of a little over 20 feet would land right where that basketball backstop is. Now, looking to the north at the property to the north, and if you'll excuse the splicing, but there were a bunch of obstructions to try and get a continuous picture of the back of this building. This is that 4-story brick house with multiple apartments. And you'll notice there is a 1-story addition to the back of that house on the left side with a roof deck. And that would be approximately the same distance that our proposal would be coming from the back of the existing building. Looking at comparative site plans, the top being the existing, the bottom being the proposed site plan. And you can see the area that is in gray, the L-shaped area in gray is the proposed expansion. And then below that, towards the side of the 7-story apartment building, we show ramps that are proposed to lead up to the first floor level and a new entranceway in order to make this building accessible, because currently it is not accessible at all. which has prohibited them from taking in residents that are not fully ambulatory. Comparative floor plans on the left side, the existing cellar and first floor on the right side showing the proposed expansion. And just want to point out a couple of things here relative to the expansion. On the first floor, the bottom right proposal, you'll notice where the ramps come up on the bottom to a side entryway. This is the accessible entranceway, and it provides also an elevator which connects all 4 stories of the building. Also on the existing cellar, this is where all the shower and laundry facilities are located for the residents, which we need to move up to the living floors where they will be. Looking at the second and third floors of the existing, it is all sleeping rooms. The proposal for the second and third floor, a good portion of the addition on the second floor is to provide the new bathing facilities, which are, again, handicapped accessible. And then on the third floor, over the side portion of the addition, we have proposed a roof deck, and that is to keep this part of the addition low and subservient to the main addition, where we are trying to replicate the existing massing. Showing sections through our proposal, the current front of the building that is facing towards Clinton Avenue, and you can see the raised first floor here. And then the proposed addition section on the back of the building. And then if we look at a cut through at section A, that's right here, you can see the roof terrace that is proposed at the third floor. And then you can see the elevator beyond that, which will be lower than the existing parapet and chimneys of the house and will not be visible from Clinton Avenue at all. Here is a cut through at section BB, which shows the addition of the elevator and the raised entry on the side of the building to provide handicapped access. This is a comparative overhead axonometric view of the existing building on the left. And you can see to the property to the left, which is within the historic district, that 1-story addition with roof deck. And then our proposed expansion, where we would be pushing out the back of the building, essentially at 20.5 feet, maintaining the same profile, putting in historic profile windows in that location, and then keeping the side that is being infilled with the roof deck at a lower elevation to keep subservient to the main massing of the addition, which replicates the existing. And then rear elevations, looking at the 2 views in context. Top existing, bottom being the proposal. And then looking from the back to see how it appears now in the 2 photos on the top. And then once this addition would be constructed, what would be visible of it and how it would appear from Vanderbilt Avenue. On the left side, there's a significant amount of vegetative growth, so it's been removed in the model on the lower left. And on the right side, the gate is not shown and the oak tree is not shown, right bottom. That's just been removed to be able to give you a view of the back of the building and what would be seen from Vanderbilt when that gate would be open. Then looking from Clinton Avenue, the top photos being the existing view down the sides of the house. On the left side where the tall apartment building is, you really can see virtually nothing of the back of the building. The comparative model view just below that, again, the addition will really not be visible from Clinton Avenue. And then on the right side of it, again, there's a lot of vegetative growth, trees between the two properties, and they've been removed on the bottom right view just to show the existing house, which you may recall from the historic photo, and then the 20-foot extension beyond that. So the proposal for the materials, we would be facing the building in brick to match the existing. You can see on the right side, and I've removed the tall building from the view, where the ramps are proposed to come up from the front and the back of the property to a new side entranceway to make that accessible. And then where there's a recess up here for the elevator, we just put a balcony railing there to match what we have in the front of the building on the portico, the existing, and the rails that would be high up here, all made out of wrought iron. And again, the windows, I'll show you some details of that. We're looking to use a historic profile on that. And then we would be using the siding material to match the existing dormers, and a roofing material, which again, I'll show you in detail in just a moment. So again, assessing the impact of the side addition, it virtually will not be, the side infill will not be visible from Clinton Avenue. And to give two different views of where that side infill would occur, the view on the right is a photo at ground level where we're looking at the area that would be infilled with the elevator and the ramp entranceway, although of course there's a shed in the way of being able to see the full view of that alley. But then looking overhead, this is the area for the proposed infill on the side to connect to the rear addition, but the elevator tower being located here, and then the third floor roof deck being in this location here. And then finally, we're also looking to restore the original house, replace all the windows with new solid wood aluminum clad windows, replace the slate roofing with a slate appearance material, which I'll show you in a moment. Replace the shutters with correct solid panel shutters on the bottom, and then louvered shutters on the top that would also be sized correctly to the width of the windows and have historic hardware put on them as well. And then the balance of the front would just be restored and painted, including the cornice work and gutters and the portico. Showing the original windows on the left, which were 9/1 in the Mutton configuration. And the dormers, we presume, had 4/1. The right side shows the condition of the windows that have been replaced or repaired or capped over time, and so they would be totally replaced. This is the window that we are proposing to use. It is it's a top of the line window, Ply Gem Mira series. It's solid wood with bonded aluminum. And then the roofing material that we are proposing is EchoStar Majestic Slate, and it is a New York-based company containing 80% recycled material, and it has a 50-year warranty. You can see the appearance in the upper left in an installation, and an actual piece of the slate on the bottom right, and then with my fingers you can see the thickness of this material. It's a lower maintenance than real slate is. It's significantly less costly, and there's also less weight that would be being put onto the roof structure as well. So we've sought to create an addition that was an extension of the existing architecture to the greatest extent possible while meeting the needs of the ministry for more space and to bring the construction of the building up to current building requirements for accessibility, life safety, and energy.
Okay,
So
thank
now we'll
you.
open it to questions.
Thank you very much. That was a very clear presentation. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, Commissioner Chapin, please go ahead.
Would it be possible to, with an additional gate in the fence in the front, to have a straight run for the accessible entrance from the front?
Yes, I think we could get, I'm going to go back to the slide, Commissioner, of the site plan. Go back two more.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had the elevation, at the grade that you needed.
Right. What we had proposed to do with the ramp, and you can see in the bottom right here,
right,
the ramp going to the front, was we were going to have one turn in it, and then we were going to remove the curb at the fence, the existing opening,
right,
and have a new sidewalk slope down to bring it to sidewalk level. So this is what we had proposed to modify to allow the entrance from the curb to be, to make that fully accessible.
And so what would be involved if you were to have it go straight to the sidewalk? A removal of a fence, and would you be able to have the appropriate slope?
That's a question I would have to look at in a little bit more detail to see what our grade differential is there. I think we would, because the curb, we would have about 12 feet in there. So it may be a matter of extending the ramp itself, possibly another 6 feet, and then we could have just a sloped sidewalk and a new curb opening and a gate put in there. So I think we could do that, yes.
Is that a historic fence? Perhaps we should look at a photo.
It's an iron
of the front.
fence. We'll go to the elevation, the photo view.
Okay, got it.
Go back. Here we go. Yeah, so it's an iron fence, and we could certainly modify that to be able to provide a gate on that side.
Okay, all right, thank you. Other questions? Commissioner Jefferson, please go ahead.
Yes, on the back facade, if you could show the elevation of that, the existing. The back facade is symmetrical. The existing facade is symmetrical. If you can go to your proposed facade, this is fine. I think the symmetrical facade is very powerful. So I'm asking whether you could push the rectilinear volume back a foot or two to emphasize the front facade as a symmetrical composition. Just like you have in the original. We'll just push it back to the prominence of that facade. The symmetry of that facade would be dominant.
Right. I think we could get at least a 6-inch relief there. I could try for a foot, but we've designed it extremely tight with a fire stair that is in that corner. So I would just have to assess the impact, but I know we could get 6 inches. We could try for 12 inches.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
Hi. I was wondering about the front facade and the decision to replicate and reinstall the shutters. Is it your opinion and the staff's opinion that shutters were significant aspects of the original design? The tax photo doesn't show them.
I'm going back to the tax photo now, and it actually does show them, but they're painted black.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right, good. All right, never mind then.
So that was our proposal, was to replicate the original shutters.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, so why don't we see if there's public testimony at this time? And I'm going to turn it over to our Executive Director, Lisa Kersavage, to see if we have anyone here to speak. And if you're if you've entered the meeting and you would like to speak, please raise your hand so that we can identify you.
Yes, and nobody signed up to speak for this item. And I don't see any raised hands.
Okay.
So I believe that's it for the testimony.
Okay, and Rich, do we have any written testimony or a resolution from the community board?
Yes, we do have a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommending approval.
I'm sorry, what?
We have a resolution from Community Board 2 recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so any final questions for the applicant? All right, not seeing any hands. I think that we can go ahead and make a motion to close the hearing and begin our discussion. So Commissioner Shamir Barron, would you make that motion?
Moved.
And Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
So second.
Okay, all in favor of closing the hearing? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And if we could maybe move to maybe the axonometric slide while we're discussing it. So this is a proposal for a rear extension to accommodate a use that's been at this building for a long time. And it is sort of extruding the existing rear extension further out and then wrapping. But at a lower height to preserve a reading of the original volume. And it also includes, of course, the accessibility ramp, the replacement of modern windows with new aluminum clad wood windows that would match the historic configuration, and the replacement of the roof with the EcoStar slate replica roof shingles. So with that, and understanding those are sort of the three components that we need to discuss, why don't we go around and have our discussion? And I also do want to just note that as the applicant presented, the rear facade is visible only really when that gate is open at the garage that faces the street behind, and does align with the extension on the adjacent house within the district. So why don't we start we'll start at the top of the table with Commissioner Goldblum.
Okay.
No, thank you.
I think that the proposal is generally fine. I think that the suggestions that have been made so far are great suggestions. Yours in regards to the ramp going straight to its own gate on Clinton. I think that's much better in terms of preserving the front yard of this house, which I think is very much part of the design. I think that Commissioner Jefferson's comments about setting back that bay, kind of the asymmetrical bay, would, since it is visible in some conditions from the street, and since it is a designed facade, it's not your typical back of brownstone kind of situation. I think it's good to try to retain that sense of symmetry. I personally think that the 6-inch setback would be acceptable. If the applicant can make it bigger, that would be great. The only thing I would suggest is that, again, working with staff, if it was possible, to modify that same area that they're setting back in some way to accommodate the reinstallation of that portico that's there now, or the replication of that portico, since it was, again, an aesthetic element of the facade that was designed. I would suggest they try it with staff, but I don't think it's essential. Generally, the EchoStar roof is acceptable. We talked about it last week. I think it's a very good substitute for slate. I think that the windows are appropriate, and that's about it. I think,
Okay.
the only thing I would say is that the applicant, when you're doing this kind of brick match job, it's very important that the applicant work closely with staff to make sure that the bond, material, the brick, and the grout are good matches for the existing.
Okay, great. Commissioner Chapin. Sorry.
See, I do also think that the straight run for the accessible entrance is preferable, and I agree with Commissioner Jefferson's comments. I didn't hear all of Commissioner Goldblum's comments because I had to answer something. Anyway, I think in general that this is sensitive and appropriate, with a couple of minor revisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
I agree with a lot of what has already been said. I think Commissioner Jefferson's suggestion of emphasizing the symmetry of that back facade is a really good one, because it is a very highly designed rear facade. And it would be very nice to bring back that portico if possible at the new entry door at that back elevation. I differ from previous comments, though, on the handicap ramp. When you look at the front of the building, there are two openings in the existing gate that are symmetrical about the entrance. And the applicant is using one of those to create the path to the accessible route. And I think that adding a third opening in that fence is excessive. And I think what they've done actually is fairly sensitive by keeping that gate and sort of using the similar route that they have now going to the back. So that would be my only difference of opinion.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shamir Baran.
Yes, I will agree with Commissioner Holford Smith about that entry condition. And additionally, I think the slate roof is a very important aspect of this building, and I am opposed to replacing it with any replacement material. I think it should be slate.
Okay. Commissioner Jefferson?
I agree with the comments of my fellow commissioners.
Okay, so I know the suggestion to set that one bay back on the rear, up to 6 inches if that's possible, or if they'll explore further. On the ramp, did you feel that it should go straight to minimize its impact on the front yard, or to turn as is currently proposed to minimize the impact on the fence?
Oh, that's my question. That's for me?
Yes. Yeah, it would be great if we could have an opinion on the ramp.
I would prefer to see the entry. If you go to the plan, a second. You see, I would rather see the entry, the front entry. You just keep that same path and then turn, so you only have one entrance, rather than
a third entrance. Okay.
Yeah, but I would accept too if it makes sense in terms of the run of the ramp. If it's the difficulty in getting the 1 in 12 slope.
Okay. And are you comfortable with the EcoStar material on the roof and the aluminum clad wood windows?
I'm fine with that, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Lutfi?
I agree with many of the comments. And I do want to say again that I think this has been very thoughtfully done. And I appreciate the applicants wanting to, as much as possible, even in creating this addition, trying to maintain the original lines of the building and using materials that are compatible with the original materials. And I think from a visibility standpoint, it's really not that visible. And I think it's going to fit in very well with the surrounding neighborhood. I think the suggestions about the setback, whatever is possible, make a lot of sense. And I'm fine with the roof material. And I think that if possible, one entrance through the fence to the ramp would make one entrance to the fence through the fence on the side in terms of the ramp makes sense.
Okay, so as proposed. Okay. And Commissioner Bland?
I thought it was an exemplary proposal and presentation, graphics, and the verbal presentation was really excellent. It was so clear. Thank you for that. I'm in agreement with the setback being proposed by Commissioner Jefferson. I think that was a good suggestion. 6 inches is fine. If you can get a little bit more, that's even slightly better, but not necessary. The roof material is fine as presented. And I'm sort of the, don't add a gate. I think you can enter through the main gate.
Okay. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah. Commissioner Jefferson and Commissioner Bland, I think it's a very nicely done proposal. I have no problem with the replacement material for the slate. I think other commissioners have commented before that it's time tested and time proven. I also agree with Commissioner Bland to the, I like the Commissioner Jefferson's suggestion about setting it back to see if it can be done at 1 foot. If not, 6 inches is fine. And I do think that if we can maintain without any further disturbance on what Commissioner Bland just talked about, the gate issue.
Okay. And Commissioner Devonshire?
Sarah, I'm not sure if everyone is having this issue. I'm having a technical issue here where I only hear about half of what people are saying. It cuts out. It sounds like it's in an echo chamber a lot. It might be my system, in which case I'll move next week. But in case, I've only heard about half of what people are saying. But I agree with Commissioner Jefferson's comment about the setback. I also, I'm okay with the windows and the roof, and I think that the front access ramp is okay as presented.
Okay. All right. And I'm sorry you're having difficulty. I can hear when you're speaking, you're breaking up. So I wonder if it's a Wi-Fi issue on your end. But I do appreciate your covering all the aspects. Commissioner Goldblum.
I'll try and move my position in that house.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, Commissioner Goldblum, I think that you wanted to add something.
I was going to suggest that if for me, what was objectionable about the ramp in the front was that it kind of steps on the lawn and kind of disturbs the symmetry of the way the house is perceived from the street. I think that if everyone's feeling that the cutting of a new gate's a bad idea, maybe they could explore with staff moving the ramp pathway closer to the fence so that it didn't intrude as much on the existing pathway and lawn kind of figure of the lawn. Right now, it kind of steps on it in a way that I think is more impactful on the lawn, on the front appearance of the house than it need be. I think that if they were to keep the walkway of the ramp closer to the fence, it would leave more lawn, and that could be worked on with staff.
Okay. And I think Commissioner Bland wanted to add something as well.
It's another question. Is that a 1 in 20 or is it a 1 in 12 ramp? A 1 in 20 does not need handrails, which would make, and if it's 1 in 12, it'll need a handrail, which is much more intrusive.
Would you like me to answer?
No, actually, I think the,
Maybe
sorry.
Corey.
Yeah, if Corey can answer. If not, it's something that we can continue to talk to the applicant about afterwards.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, the ramp to the side of the house, the long extended run that goes up and then down towards the back is a 1 in 12 that would need the railing, but perhaps the one in the front is the shallower version that doesn't need the railings, and we could work with the architect to make adjustments.
Yeah, I would hope that a rail in the front could really be avoided. That would be a huge intrusion, I think.
Okay, so I think that we have enough votes to approve this proposal with the modification that that the side bay at the rear be set back to the extent feasible to allow a reading of the symmetry of the rear facade. And I think we'll encourage the I think we actually have enough votes for the ramp as proposed, but we'll encourage the applicant to continue to think about how to minimize the railings and integrate it into the landscaping. So I'll go ahead and make that motion, and then we'll call the vote and see where we are. So this is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, docket number LPC 20-04602, 412 Clinton Avenue in the Clinton Hill Historic District, block 1960, lot 25, a neo-federal style house designed by R.I. Markwith and built in 1919. This is an application to construct a rear yard addition, install ramps, and replace the windows and roofing. And I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Clinton Hill Historic District. I also note that a residential drug and alcohol program has been located at the building since 1958. I recommend approval with modifications, that the proposed work will facilitate the continued use of this historic structure as a community facility as it adapts to its growing needs, that the rear facade of the existing extension is simply designed, therefore its removal will not eliminate any significant architectural features, that the rear addition will be minimally visible at oblique angles in the context of the front facade when viewed from public thoroughfares along Clinton Avenue, that the addition and the bulkhead will be seen in the context of larger adjacent buildings from limited vantage points when viewed from public thoroughfares along Vanderbilt Avenue, that the massing of the addition at the upper floor will be set back from the south facade of the main block of the building, helping to maintain a sense of the building's original massing, that the addition will not substantially eliminate the presence of a rear yard or overwhelm this through block lot, that the design and materiality of the proposed addition matching the height of the existing extension featuring red brick cladding and a Flemish bond and punched openings will be harmonious with the building and with the historic district, that that a removal of a limited portion of the modern fence and concrete curb at the front yard would not eliminate a significant feature from the site or the streetscape, that the proposed barrier-free access ramps at the side yard featuring metal surfaces and railings will accommodate barrier-free access in the least obtrusive manner possible, and that the proposed windows will match the historic windows in terms of configuration, operation, details, and finish, and the change in material from wood to metal clad wood would not be perceptible when viewed from the public thoroughfare, and that the proposed synthetic slate shingles will closely match the size, pattern, color, and texture of the original slate roofing, which is in a deteriorated condition warranting its replacement. However, I recommend that the southern bay of the rear extension be set back to the extent possible, at least 6 inches from the rest of the rear facade to maintain a reading of symmetry on the rear facade. And I'm also would encourage the applicant to explore landscaping and slope changes to minimize the presence of the ramp in the front yard. And can we have a second on that motion?
Second.
Sorry, Rich, go ahead and call the vote.
Yes. Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Okay, with 10 in favor and none opposed, the motion carries.
All right, thank you all and good luck. And we'll move on to the next item.
Okay, the next item is number 2. This is LPC 20-09886, an application for a binding report in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 25, Lot 12, 11 Water Street, Brooklyn Bridge Individual Landmark, also in the Fulton Ferry Historic District. A park constructed from former waterfront industrial sites and from portions of the former Fulton Ferry Park. The application is to alter and expand the existing park.
And commissioners, the applicants have joined the webinar. And applicant, if you would state your name for the record and you may begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Eric Landau. I'm president of Brooklyn Bridge Park and am joined by Paul Seck, a principal at Michael Van Valkenburg and Associates, who is our landscape architecture firm, and Lindsay Ross, our director of capital projects and restoration. We appreciate the opportunity to present before you this morning on the final piece of Brooklyn Bridge Park to be developed. As the commission knows, Brooklyn Bridge Park began construction in 2008 and has been opening up portions of the 85-acre park in phases. And we're pleased to show you what we commonly refer to as the Brooklyn Bridge Plaza, which is the space directly underneath the Brooklyn Bridge. You can see it outlined here as project area. Originally this actually was going to be the first park project phase of the park to be developed. And then when the city received some economic stimulus money in 2008 for restoration of the bridge itself, New York City DOT asked us to work on other areas of Brooklyn Bridge Park and then come back to this area when they were done. That work has obviously now been completed, and what was to be the first piece of Brooklyn Bridge Park, we're now pleased to present to you as the final piece of the original Brooklyn Bridge Park. So just putting it in the context of the Fulton Ferry Historic District, obviously you can see the project area in the larger historic district boundary. And some historic photos of the space. This is circa 1970. We wanted to specifically point out the Purchase Building, which is no longer there, which was directly underneath the bridge, and the Smokestack Building, which is still there and in fact now operates as a park concession. Some close-ups of the Purchase Building itself, again, directly under the Brooklyn Bridge. And in 2008, working with this commission, we received approval as sort of the first step of this project to open up this space and to open up the views, was the demolition of the Purchase Building. Again, that approval came from LPC in 2008, and this was sort of our original plan with the removal of the Purchase Building on the left, and then on the right, what we originally saw as sort of early drafts of this project, and you can see the Smokestack Building there on the right in the original plan. That's not the only time we've had the pleasure of working with LPC in this area. In 2008, we also received approval to realign the Water Street sidewalk and actually extend and enlarge the sidewalk, and as part of the park project. You can see that here. We've also worked with LPC in 2014 on some work on J Street, as well as most recently this past year doing a concession approval for Fulton Ferry Landing. So quickly, the existing conditions of the site itself, the space directly under the bridge. Our project is also going to include doing some work regrading and reconfiguring the Empire Fulton Ferry lawn, not changing its size, but changing its shape and orientation. A huge piece of this project is about circulation and connectivity from one end of the park to the other. Currently, if you are in the Dumbo section of the park, say by Main Street at the bottom of this image, and you want to make it to Pier 1, as you reach the bridge itself, you actually have to exit the park and walk along Water Street and just the Water Street sidewalk in order to reach Pier 1, or vice versa if you're going from Pier 1 into the Dumbo section. And that sidewalk on Water Street, especially during the height of the summer, gets pretty narrow and congested. And in a time period, obviously, where we are focused on social distancing and creating more space, this project couldn't come at a better opportunity, because what it will do in effect, as you can see here, is it will open up the entire plaza and allow for lots of connectivity. And as we like to talk about in the office, really open up significant release valves of pedestrian traffic. We have a number of existing photos that I'll run through quickly. This shows going towards Pier 1 and Fulton Ferry Landing. You can also see here the extension of that sidewalk that LPC approved. Looking the other direction, you can see the historic fireboat station, Fulton Ferry Landing, and then you can start to see, if you look down, say, example, at picture number 4, the bottom right corner, you can see that sidewalk along Water Street. And as I said, while this project has not yet been built out, you can see the construction fence that closes it off on the left, and that sidewalk becomes the only pedestrian access point first. A photo directly under the bridge itself, looking at the bridge abutment. It's a large open area. I do want to point out towards the abutment itself of the bridge, those bollards, and behind the bollards is a wrought iron fence, all that had been approved previously by LPC. That work was completed by DOT, and that area around the abutment is actually a DOT controlled space, whereas the rest of the plaza is under park control. And what this photo also shows is, and Paul Seck will get into the design details in just a moment, but there have been some interesting design constraints with this project, all related to the bridge and the bridge abutment, and that we've had to do things from a Homeland Security perspective, to design elements like those bollards that DOT has done and some other things to ensure protection of the bridge, at the base of the bridge itself. As well as create opportunities if New York City DOT needs to come in and be able to access the bridge for routine and regular maintenance. Another vantage point of the space, looking towards St. Anne's Warehouse and the Manhattan Bridge. Fulton Ferry Lawn, which I said we will be regrading and reconfiguring as part of this project. Here's an existing photo of that. And then just a quick bird's eye view of the existing condition of the space, followed by a bird's eye view rendering of the same space of what we are about to show. And with that, we hand it over to Paul Seck, who will walk you through the design. Paul?
Thank you. Thanks for having us. I just wanted to sort of re-emphasize the point that Eric made, where this is one of the most interesting parts of the park. It bends right here at the Brooklyn Bridge. So this physical and visual access that's being opened up here to connect the park is huge and a great moment to finishing the project. The next image shows some of those major, Lindsay, if you could advance the next. Some of those major circulation points that are key, I think, to Eric's point of not pushing people out on Water Street, opening up better access from all ends. There's also significant opening up and of the Brooklyn Bridge visually, not only the deck, not only the pier itself, but the immensity of it and being underneath it. So this opening up of this space has a great visual and physical connection between the two. The existing site has many different elements of materials going on right now. We'd really like to turn this into a more cohesive plaza design. We have some cobbles underneath the bridge. We have wood out on the old state park portion of it. We have some asphalt, some concrete. And the next image really shows us wanting to make a cohesive ground plane that moves its way through the park from one end to the other. We are editing the cobble around the Brooklyn Bridge abutment to make a stronger, more geometric landing for the Brooklyn Bridge, while also adding accessibility on the water side of the bridge abutment. The existing cobbles are not ADA accessible, so allowing all folks to get out onto the water's edge, and really tying this all together while connecting it to other materiality that runs through the rest of the park from Atlantic Avenue all the way over to J Street. So this is a great opportunity for us to pull all that together. The design inspiration really, as we've thought about it, had many aspects. There's the technical aspects of creating a secure space for DOT and Homeland Security concerns, and there's also a moment to celebrate a place that has not been open for a very long time, and really wanting to celebrate the bridge, not only the abutment, but the deck as it runs through. So we have this concrete unit paver that is still of an industrial feel. It is more rough and tumble, like a cobble, but it is actually accessible. And we're playing off of the next image, which is the deck that runs above, and how that structure can mirror itself down on the paving and guide the eye towards the bridge, but also allow that accessibility of moving, you know, in the other directions through the plaza, and giving a moment of pause so that you can understand the deck above, and really create something special while still having it feel like it's part of this industrial and historic plaza in this area. So next image, this is another opportunity to make a more cohesive materiality change that was there. So we have the blue tinted concrete that runs through Dumbo, and our current edge condition up to the curb is chip and seal pavement. And we'd like to take that concrete from Dumbo and run it all the way through this part of the park, so that, again, an area that has had a lot of different materials and uses is being pulled together more comprehensively. The planting, so the 3 planting beds that you see along Water Street work not only technically, but from a design standpoint. Technically, they are providing security as we're sloping them up a couple of feet and getting us that vehicular barrier there. But the technical aspect is only part of it. What we like about this is it's, as you're moving along Water Street, you could actually move into this space and be you know, facing the Brooklyn Bridge pier, seeing the paving running up against it, and you're being held in that space by the planting behind you. It works from a massing standpoint to hold people in that area, but it also still allows the porosity that we need for movement through this area. So it's higher trees with a lower ground cover that still allows visual access into it. But as you move into that space, you're being held by more landscape, and you know, not being along a road, but being more in a plaza that we're creating here. We have our typical park benches and salvage granite that we've used throughout the park that we're going to be using in the same way. Next, the purchase building lintel has been salvaged, and we'll have that as you walk along Water Street that you'll be able to view. There are existing bollards, as Eric mentioned, underneath next to the Brooklyn Bridge pier itself, but the park has taken on, I think, a great additional initiative to create a bollard edge to restrict vehicular access in these areas. There will be removable bollard access for the maintenance of the park and also for DOT access, but pulling those bollards along that edge and in places where we can use the planting to reduce the bollard numbers, we're doing so. So this is creating a secure edge along this part of the park. Lighting, our lighting is similar in this area as it is through the remaining portion of the park. Taller poles, creating moonlighting, having not just the paths lit, but all of the landscape so that it's more visually accessible and comfortable. The one piece that we're looking at that would be a little different is 2 poles at the base of the bridge that would wash that indentation of the pier itself, moving, as you can see in that upper right-hand image. And the rest of the lighting is really meant to be congruent with the rest of the Brooklyn Bridge Park. Last 2 images, again, this is existing condition photo that we see today. We've got the fence that's running around there, visually blocked, and the next image shows a rendering of what we're proposing and planning in the park. So thank you very much.
And just a very quick word on schedule, so all the commissioners know, our plan is obviously once we have approval to move forward with procurement through this summer and early fall, with the hope of breaking ground late fall and completing the project a year later. So looking at a completion ribbon cutting sometime in December of 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for a clear presentation. We have a number of questions, so I'm going to go ahead and take questions now from the commissioners, and we'll start with Commissioner Goldblum.
I wanted to just ask you about the planting at the foot of Fulton Street. It looks like you're adding a few areas of like small droplets of green at the near the ferry landing. Am I seeing that right? There's some green in that area that's being introduced. Those 4 islands around the ferry landing area. Can you just help me understand the interplay between the proposed green in that area and the historic condition of that particular part of the park?
So let me start, but Lindsay and Paul, please feel free to jump in. The planting that Lindsay is circling around, that I think your question is aimed at, is actually existing planting. That's been there. The new planting that will be added as part of this project is where the hand is now moving around. Those are the planting beds that Paul described, and some of those are aesthetic. Others of those are from a Homeland Security perspective to break up the number of bollards that we would need to use. But the planting that you're asking about, Fulton Ferry Landing, is existing.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner Bland.
Thank you. Paul or Eric, either one. I was a little unclear. Is it going to be able? Is it going to be possible to walk all the way around the Brooklyn Bridge pier, or will you be cut off at some point? Yeah, right there.
Yes. Yes, so you will be able to walk completely around the abutment. Lindsay, if you would, with your with your mouse. There is both a DOT bollard line that Lindsay, if you would show the bollard line. The bollard line is accessible. You can pass the bollard line, but then there is a wrought iron fence line. You cannot pass the wrought iron fence line, so you wouldn't be able to touch the abutment, but you will be able to fully circle the abutment.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Shamir Baran.
Thank you. I have a question about the changes from the 2008 proposal that indicated that the green spaces were sort of geometric, more hard-lined and formed, and the way that you've designed these, which are more sort of kidney or amorphic kind of shaped. And the thinking there, if one or the other was more informed by the kind of the existing, in a sense, geometry of the place, or what exactly the thinking and the shift, what the motivation for that was. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually going to turn it to Paul. Paul can speak the landscape better than I can.
It's interesting. I think that our 2008 major idea was that visual and physical connection through here. I think the strength of the bridge pier and the bridge deck wanted to feel like the only geometric piece that were there, and that the landscape wanted to still allow movement around it and comfort, but felt more appropriate, honestly, to be something that was less geometric and more accessible and by making more curves and having space in between them that wasn't room-like but more free-flowing. So the idea was to keep those visual connections across, but really let the bridge, and that's why even looking at the cobbles around the base of the bridge, making that more geometric and having it feel less like it was just filling in space was an important move for us as well.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson.
Yeah, I have two questions, and I think the design of the bridge and the paving creates a room. It feels like you're really encapsulating the space below the bridge. So my question is whether could the lighting also come from the bottom of the bridge rather than having the poles, the grid of poles? Is that a possible way of integrating the spatial of the bridge and the paving and the lighting? Is that, I'm not sure I'm making myself clear, but that's the.
I think I understand what you're asking. But my answer will show whether or not I understand what you're asking or not, which is we, Brooklyn Bridge Park, would not be permitted to hang anything from the Brooklyn Bridge itself. That's certainly outside of our jurisdiction. So the lighting that we are proposing is one that lights the area both for a safety purpose as well as to highlight the area. The lighting scheme to uplight the bridge abutment itself is aimed to really provide some context and some grandness to showing the bridge abutment. But you know, the paving itself, we spent a fair amount of time over the last 2 years or so, quite honestly, really engaging in a robust community planning process. We worked very closely with Pratt and David Byrne in that process. And what we came out of it was that really we heard loud and clear was that the bridge is obviously a very special place, and that people should know that it is a very special place, and we really want to honor the bridge through this design. And the concrete pavers were, if we may be so bold, we thought a really clever way of doing that, and to mirror or mimic if you're standing on the pavers and you look up above, really mimic what you're seeing up above. I'm not sure if I fully answered it, but I think I did basically what I thought your question was.
Yes, you did. The only other issue is that's such a strong spatial statement that you're making that I'm wondering about the parts that interrupt it. I know it's aesthetic, but the aesthetic parts that interrupt the pavers. Are they're basically seeding in one of them and the others are just kind of just planting beds? Is that it?
So there, those three mounds are all planting beds. None of them are publicly accessible.
Okay.
They are for two reasons. Again, they're an aesthetic way of greening the space. You know, there's a balance trying to strike, and this was also something that we heard pretty loud and clear through community planning, was that there's a balance between having the space be open, having the space honor the bridge, and having some green. Additionally, there is that confluence of constraints which are somewhat in conflict with each other from the Homeland Security perspective of ensuring that a car couldn't be driving down Water Street, make a right turn into the space and smack into the base of the bridge, into the abutment. At the same time, the opposite of that is that DOT, on the other hand, New York City DOT, they need to be able to make a right turn off of Water Street and drive in to do maintenance on the bridge itself or on the abutment, and it needed to present that opportunity. So there's a combination of hardscape and softscape to accomplish both of those needs. But there's not seating on those planting beds. Those are really just planting beds itself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi.
Thank you. My questions are really relate more to the whole question of like movement and circulation as it pertains to the planting areas. Brooklyn Bridge Park is, you know, an amazing park, and it's an incredibly popular destination that brings a lot of people in to visit every single day. And I don't have a sense of what the distances are between some of these planting beds. And of course, you know, given what's going on right now in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic, I feel like it's important to enable people to enjoy the park, you know, but be able to move. So you were talking about holding areas, you know, there's a set you can move, but you also want to hold people. And I see a few areas here that, you know, make me pause. If I were to walk through the park myself and there were a lot of people there, how would I feel? Right now, we don't know how long things are going on or what our lives are going to be like in the future. So for example, the area where the Empire Fulton Ferry Lawn is, there's a planting bed across from it. I don't know what the distance is there. And then we have these 3 pods closer to Water Street that, you know, in some areas look kind of close. And then over by Old Fulton Street, those existing planting areas, those little 3 pods, I'm just trying to get a sense of what this spacing is and what the circulation would be like.
Sure. So let me just start very quickly and then turn it over to Paul, who I am very hopeful has the specific numbers for you. I believe he does. But that so much of what we try to do is create lots of options of connectivity and having multiple paths that people can choose between. But let me turn to Paul so that he, I hope he knows the specifics of the space between those paths. My sense is that they are bigger than they look from this schematic.
That's right. If you look at the space between the 3 landforms right above the Water Street label, in between those plant beds are about 20 feet. So it's, you know, if you think of a normal sidewalk, even along Water Street, which we've made wider than a normal sidewalk, and even as you move over to Old Fulton Street and Fulton Ferry Landing, all of those spaces have one, per Eric's comment, which I think is a very important one, giving people different directions to move in. And we all find that now as we're moving around that, you know, when we feel like we're getting to a dead end or trapped. That's not what we want. And I mean, and that's also just good park design where you're allowing people to move in different ways and maybe not always the same, so it doesn't become monotonous. So we really tried to allow enough space around these, and that's for the reason you're mentioning, but it's also to respond to the scale of the bridge. I think having, an 8-foot wide walkway in between those planters would greatly be confusing to the scale of this plaza overall with the bridge. So the intention, even before the state we're in now, was to have these places feel wider, still allow groups of people move through here, tourists and all that. So I think that there's between 20 and 25, almost 30 feet in some places, which is the width of our promenade that runs from one end of the park to the other, sort of works its way through here. There are some existing pinch points by River Cafe and others, but everywhere where we don't have that existing dimensional restriction, we've opened it up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so not seeing any other hands raised, we'll see if there's any public testimony. Lisa, do we have attendees?
Yes.
I see a couple of hands raised.
Yes, and if everybody could raise their hands that wants to speak, but I'm going to start with the people that signed up in advance. And first, Doreen Gallo, I've promoted you to a panelist. So if you could state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. And you just need to unmute yourself too. Whoops, sorry, Doreen, that was my fault. Doreen, I think you just need to unmute yourself one more time. I apologize.
Okay, back. Are we here?
Yes.
Yep, we're good. Just state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Doreen Gallo, and I am testifying on behalf of the Brooklyn Bridge Park Community Advisory Council, the CAC, representing the Dumbo Neighborhood Alliance. Additionally, I'm the co-chair with Katrin Adam on the Design and Concessions Committee of the CAC. We understand that attempting to find commonality among 17 Brooklyn organizations within the course of a community process is daunting at best. On behalf of the CAC, we commend Paul Seck of Michael von Volkenberg for his desire and vision to reconcile some mutual goals for the site and incorporating some of our collective notes. However, with consensus, there's compromise, and consensus cannot suffice for a site of this significance. We must get it right. The consequences of what is at stake may be seen as a regional matter concerning the business of Brooklyn only. The Brooklyn Bridge belongs to all of America. It is a national treasure, and we must do our part as custodians, taking that responsibility to heart. Retaining the modest human scale of the neighborhood there beside the river deserves what is essential to the dignity of this majestic bridge. I would like to share some of the CAC's recommendations for your consideration. Naming, the CAC is respectfully requesting that the specified site be renamed in honor of Emily Warren Roebling, with a popular suggestion being Emily Warren Roebling Square. We envision this renaming would be the only on-site tribute to her in Brooklyn Bridge Park. Naming this historical and cultural site Brooklyn Bridge Plaza seems to demean and diminish the site's significance. In addition, the riverside of the abutment is currently called the Esplanade, and we encourage and support the name remain unchanged. We hope that LPC will afford every consideration in supporting these naming recommendations, marking the 55th anniversary year of Landmarks Law. Flooring and materials, we remain concerned about the amount of hardscape proposed, but more importantly about the materials chosen for those ground surfaces. The CAC heartily endorsed and supported design for the hardscape that MVB presented to us, and we approved that it was a solid wood inspired design that mirrored a grid pattern from the bridge ramparts above, was functionally appropriate to connecting the ends of the park, and we believe heightened the experience of the bridge. We're surprised to see some substantial change to the renderings we approved a few months ago when the COC no longer has the opportunity to discuss the park, and now seeking your approval. We suggest that the concrete pavers used for the design be replaced with a more substantial material such as granite rather than concrete. We appreciate the incorporation of our note to extend the design to the riverside of the tower, and the CAC remains opposed to the use of asphalt as a surface in any part of this proposal. The misuse of asphalt around some of the most historic structures in the park, such as the Empire Store, shouldn't set a precedent to approve the material for its use at this site. While we were opposing the asphalt, this does not mean we were requesting Belgian blocks be used in its place. Where there is hardscape, we were just asking that the materials considered be substantially significant, such as granite, a worthy material for the Brooklyn Bridge. While budgetary concerns may be the reason for the material choices in this proposal, it does not warrant a substandard decision. And then lighting.
Doreen, your 3 minutes are up. Could you just please wrap up?
Okay, just the lighting, we remain opposed to the telephone pole style of lighting in the park where the poles are situated in front of the formerly obstructed scenic views. Basically, we are opposed to the lighting design completely and hope that something a little bit more enhancing of the bridge is suitable and not adding any structural pieces. And then I have submission for the Dumbo Neighborhood Alliance, if that's okay.
Okay, well,
it's a separate.
I think was that submitted in writing?
It wasn't submitted in writing, but I signed up to speak for DNA and for this CAC. I could submit it in writing if that's better for you.
Sarah, do you have
I signed up twice, basically, for 2
Okay. We'll allow it this time.
All right, I'll be brief. I guess maybe I could just summarize it. So for the lighting, we're opposed to the telephone pole style lighting throughout the park where the poles are situated in front of the formerly unobstructed scenic views of both the Manhattan and Brooklyn bridges. We oppose the addition of 7 light poles under the bridge area, and while the telephone pole lighting may be suitable for recreational fields in the park, we do not agree that they're appropriate for this site. And we are opposed to the harsh lights directed up towards the bridge. The lighting design proposed for the site must enhance the Brooklyn Bridge and encourage the Brooklyn Bridge and the space underneath to be illuminated in a more integrated way. Most of the points are very similar about the materials of the flooring, so I'll leave it at that. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Doreen. Okay, and then next person that signed up, Kelly Carroll. I'm going to move you to be a panelist. And Kelly, you just have to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Kelly Carroll for the Historic Districts Council. The shore that laps at and near the Brooklyn Bridge is the only part of the Brooklyn waterfront other than the Navy Yard, which is in a historic district. As the borough's shoreline continues to develop as the latest trend, it is paramount to recall that this is Fulton Ferry, one of the oldest places in Brooklyn. As the designation report put it, quote, "This was the place where Brooklyn began," period, unquote. It goes on to say that, quote, "The transformation of the Ferry Village into a thriving commercial and industrial center from the 1830s on is vividly illustrated by its architecture," end quote. This architecture and era is steps away and immediately visible from what is now a park. The park, as well as the old buildings and streets that abut it, are part of one historic district. They are not separate entities. It is within this context which proposed changes should be evaluated. To that end, HDC does not find concrete unit pavers an appropriate material for the design beneath the bridge. The same design can be achieved in higher quality granite pavers of differing dark and light hues. We find the abundance of asphalt to also be unfortunate but we understand that it proliferates in the non-designated sections of the same park, and to change this material based on invisible historic district boundary lines would be more confusing than useful to the public. HDC asks the commission to look closely at the P36 light poles proposed to be installed, particularly the 7 underneath the bridge. Their height, illustrated in the rendered view on the last page of the applicant's submission, shows their interruptions as they appear to soar into the bridge itself. This area beneath the bridge should be devoid of clutter. That was what the LPC decided when the agency permitted the demolition of the Streamline Modern Purchase building, whose absence is still felt on the site, and which could have easily been adaptively reused for a park purpose. This is not just any site. This is a place where the LPC said nothing should be. Talking about the design of what goes in its place is of primary importance. Any avoidable insertions near the Brooklyn Bridge should be doing one job: showcasing the bridge. The multitude and height of these lights has an air of surveillance. While lighting near dark water beneath a massive bridge in the evening hours is a real-life safety factor, more can and should be done to conceal these fixtures in a more graceful and less obtrusive manner. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Kelly. And with that, that's everybody that signed up to speak, and I don't see any other raised hands.
Okay, thank you. And Rich, have we received any written testimony other than the testimony submitted by the speakers, or a resolution from the community board?
Yes, we have. We received 7 letters in support, including from Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams, and a resolution from CB2 recommending approval. And we also received a letter in opposition from the Fulton Ferry Lending Association.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'd like to turn to the applicant team now to address some of the comments that were raised in the testimony, particularly the light pole design and the paving material. Eric, do you want to start with that?
Yeah, let me start just very briefly, and then I'll hand it over to Paul, who can speak specifically about the lighting design. Let me start on the Emily Roebling point. We've actually been having conversations with the CAC and the community at large for several months, and have said that we favor honoring Emily Roebling and naming the site after her, and actually having those discussions with the broader city hall and the mayor's office about how to appropriately do that, and whether it's part of the mayor's She Built initiative. So those conversations are ongoing. Brooklyn Bridge Plaza has been I think I said in my opening remarks what we have commonly referred to this for many, many years, but that in no way, shape, or form should be taken that we are not supportive of the Emily Roebling distinction. And in fact, have had that direct conversation with the CAC. So I was a little surprised by that comment, as was I, that the implication that this design has changed since the CAC has last seen it. In fact, it has not. The only piece that has changed is lighting had not been fully designed when we did show it to the CAC. Lighting, that design got completed about a month ago, at which time it was sent to the CAC for their review. These are the first time that we have heard back from them on those comments. But I'll let Paul respond to specifically how the lighting was designed and its intent.
So I don't know if it's possible, Lindsay, to go back to the plan, the lighting plan. We, as Eric mentioned previously, we do need to light this area, and we cannot do so hanging lights from the bridge. And you can see in the plan that besides the 2 poles that are really creating the uplighting on the abutment, all of the poles are tucked to the edges within plant beds. Trees are going to grow up around them. Maybe we a rendering showing 10 years or 5 years of growth on those trees, just like in other parts of the park. They're absorbed. We did not think doing a bunch of little light poles, which would be the other option here, was a good idea because of the scale of the bridge and of this space, and the number of smaller poles that would be needed in here would be double or triple that amount. So the idea of higher poles lighting larger areas, yes, it's part of the overall design, but in this area, we really tried to pull them out and open up the plaza as much as possible, as you can see from the plan here. I don't know if you want me to address the paving now as well, or if you wanted me to pause there. Okay.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, thank you. The paving piece, although, you know, granite and other materials requested would be nice, there were a couple design issues and then a couple of reality costing issues. But the major point of this was that we have a granite and we have the Brooklyn Bridge pier. Doing something that would be a play off of that didn't seem appropriate. Something that still felt rugged and industrial and not, you know, super clean like a granite would feel. We've, you know, tried to use a material that's the same of that. These are large cobble-like and shape concrete unit pavers. They are not, you know, things that you see on, you know, smaller plaza projects. It's meant to be rugged. It's meant to be, but it's meant to be something that is different. But to do granite just felt off from trying to do something next to the Brooklyn Bridge pier. And then I think we've already covered our reasoning for the asphalt moving through here. So unless there's more questions on that, I'll pause there.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, do we have any questions? Any final questions? Okay, not, I see Commissioner Shamir Baran. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wondered if there's any thought about using lighting in the actual, where the pavers currently are. In other words, in the actual ground, uplit.
A couple of comments on that. I would have to go back and check with our lighting designers, but there were some concerns of maintenance of those. Also, you know, because of when this was built and because of sea level rise and all the like, our electric getting up out of flood areas has been very important. So, you know, adding in recessed lighting in there would probably be quite a maintenance issue. And I've also seen that once those lights go out, they're sort of forgotten. So the thought was to get something a little higher. I also think the height of the bridge and the location of that light pole to get the wash that we want needs to be a little higher so that it doesn't sort of just dwindle off onto the bottom. So I think it was more of a technical and maintenance reality needed in order to get that to get the abutment lighting to work.
And just to jump in for a second, there's also a security restraint as well. So we're unable to kind of install flush lighting in the ground inside the DOT bollards because of security reasons. You know, we can't run conduits in that area. And so pulling, you know, in-ground lighting further and further away from the abutment just wouldn't achieve that same effect.
Okay, and I have a question from Commissioner Jefferson.
Just two questions, quick ones. The lighting pole, how tall are they? Are they 30 feet or 20 feet? I'm not sure the height of it. That's question A. Question B is the trees in the perspectives, are they full grown in the perspective or half grown? What age are we looking at them in the perspective?
So I'll answer your second question first. Those are install maybe a year or two growth. A lot of times what we will do is do another rendering that shows 10 years down the line. But I can guarantee that You know, if that were the case, those poles would, you know, for the most part be absorbed, as we've seen happen in the other parts of the park that, you know, have been planted. I mean, even if you look over Eric's shoulder there on the left of his image in the background, there are lights within, you know, that area in there that are still doing the lighting work that are being, you know, absorbed in the planting. And then what was your first question? Oh, go ahead.
The height of the lighting of the poles, are they 20 feet or 25, 30? Or what are,
no, they're 30. The ones that we're seeing here are about 35 feet in height.
35 feet. Okay.
30,
thank you.
35. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, not seeing any other questions. I think we can move to close the hearing and move into our discussion. So Commissioner, whoops. Okay, Commissioner Shamir Barron, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Bland, would you second that?
Second.
Okay, and all in favor of closing the hearing, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we're going to move into our discussion. And so I just want to start out by giving some context, and I'll give some of my thoughts off the bat, and then we can go around. But the, you know, as we've heard, in 2008, the commission approved the demolition of the former Purchase building, which stood here, to facilitate the creation of a park. And so the commission approved conceptually a park in this location. And at that time, the commission noted that the designation report identified a period of significance, which is unusual. Our designation reports for historic districts don't usually do that. Sometimes they do. And in this one they did. They really described this district as being defined by the 19th century buildings, particularly along Old Fulton Street. And that was sort of the basis of the findings for the demolition of the Purchase building, which was a 20th century building. In addition, the report talks a lot about accessibility to the waterfront and the connection between the waterfront and the commercial character of and commercial activity on Old Fulton Street. And so as we think about the park design, I think that you know, this obviously was a utilitarian section previously and currently paved with asphalt, but it didn't. It was utilitarian and supported the bridge, but I think that our findings, as we think about this, should think about the connectivity to the historic district, as we did in the 2008 approval. So both physical and visual connections. And I think, you know, for me, I think that this design, you know, handles a lot of different requirements for the site, including the historic district and its relationship to the historic district very successfully. And I am persuaded that the organic shape of the plantings allows for a stronger appreciation of the bridge. They almost sort of read as kind of ad hoc, and then really the strong primary presence you read is the geometric quality of the bridge, and then the paving underneath that responds to that. And I'm also persuaded by the responses to the concrete paving in that area. And I do, you know, agree with HGC that the asphalt relates to other sections of the park and allow for that continuity. And with respect to the light poles, I think in some ways the height of the poles helps them to kind of disappear. I think if they were lower poles or more designed poles, they would actually call more attention to themselves, be less simple, and maybe detract more from the bridge. So I'm also persuaded by the poles in this case as well. So I think this is a sensitive design that has responded to the historic district as well as many other requirements. And so I'm going to turn now, and I'm going to turn to Commissioner Bland. Would you go next?
I will. And if you'll permit me, two quick observations. One, I'm speaking to you from Stony Creek, Connecticut, where I have a weekend house. And all of that granite that we're looking at right now comes from about 400 yards from where I'm sitting, from a pond that is locally known as Big Brooklyn. And this is where all that granite comes from. So it's kind of ironic that I'm sitting here listening to this. The second part of this is way back when I was simply a gadfly community activist, at least a year before I joined the commission in 2008, I got involved locally, not at the commission level, but just locally with this whole controversy of the Purchase building. And I weighed in quickly and decisively on the side of its removal. Although I love the idea of relocating it, I had just a few years earlier had been involved in the largest moving of a building in New York, in Manhattan's history, which was the Empire Theater moving down 42nd Street. So I thought it could be moved to one of the piers, that it was perfectly related to a pier. But you know, this scheme is proof of how important it was to remove that building. I'm sorry for the loss of an interesting building, hardly, great building, but an interesting building nonetheless. But this proves to me, at least, how important it was to remove it, to allow the park to continue as a park on both sides of the bridge, but also it opened up extraordinary views and access to the river and waterfront. So based on now what I'm supposed to opine on, I wanted to suggest that I think I'm in agreement, Sarah, with everything you said, and almost for the same reasons. But I particularly appreciate the design of the paving immediately under the carriageway of the bridge. The carriageway of the bridge is an extraordinary thing. We all focus mostly on the two great Gothic bulkheads, but this carriageway is extraordinary, and to mimic it, so to speak, right below it in this striped fashion, I think is a brilliant move. And I don't need to repeat all the rest of it, but I'm in support of everything as it's been presented.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
I also agree that that this has been done very well. I mean, it looks, look, I think the park overall is fantastic, and there's been a lot of thought, and not only by the applicants and but also I know there's always been an active desire to get community input into the process, and you know, nothing is, you can't please everybody in terms of everything, but I think overall this is going to be a very, very successful plan. I would like to encourage the applicants to just take another look at some of the spacing, just to make sure there's, you know, it's generous enough, because once the park's done, it's done. And I don't see Brooklyn Bridge Park becoming less of a destination. I think it's going to continue to grow in popularity. And there, you know, there's just a lot of people there all of the time when the weather's nice. So if you could take another look at this, that would be great. And I don't think this is under our purview, or it might be, but I am also in favor of the naming of the plaza after Emily Warren Roebling.
Okay, thank you. Not technically under our jurisdiction, but I think even the applicant has said they're very supportive of that. Okay, Commissioner Jefferson?
I think it's a very powerful design, especially the space defined by the carriage of the bridge and the paving, very strong. I particularly like the smokestack building as a subordinate piece in the landscape, and it works very well. My only comment really is the lighting poles. I wonder if they were painted black or become less powerful in the perspective somehow, be subordinate. might make it more kind of make it less visible.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shamir Barron?
I'm in agreement with absolutely everything that's been said. The one kind of little thing that I wonder about is I actually think it's important to be able to understand the angle of Water Street through the when you're under the bridge itself and on the new paving, to understand it as being at that kind of acute angle. And I'm assuming that, I mean, the organization and pattern of the pavers allow that to be read. But I just wonder and hope that if in fact they go back and do what Commissioner Lutfi is proposing, which is to kind of tweak and understand the dimensions between those berms, that there might be a view to Water Street through them that shows that, expresses that angle. I just think it's important both as a definition of the district, but also it says something about the kind of the thrust of the bridge itself. Anyway, the project is wonderful, and I'm absolutely in support of all the things that have been proposed.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith?
I agree with the comments that have already been stated. I think it's a very successful design, and I agree that the concrete paving mimicking the carriage of the bridge above is really a really nice design. I want to say that when I was an architecture student at Pratt Institute in the 1980s, this is one of our project sites, and so it's a site that I hold dear to my heart, and I'm just glad that 35 years later, it's going to be realized in this form.
Okay, great. Commissioner Chapin?
Yes, I also agree with the comments of my fellow commissioners, and you know, the minor concerns I have, I feel have been addressed by the applicant, and I fully support the project.
Okay. Commissioner Goldblum?
I'm struggling with this one, not because I think it's not a wonderful project. I think it is it's a beautiful design. It will result in an improved park that has turned out to be one of the most important public spaces in New York City. My problem with it is that I don't see how this part of the park's presence in a historic district is celebrated. I think that the bringing down of the shadow of the bridge is a beautiful aesthetic gesture, but looking back on the historic images, I looked a little bit around on what I could dig up quickly on the internet. This site was always a jumble of industrial piers and industrial buildings, with the only open spaces such as they were the piers themselves, or the spaces in between them, or the little edges of dock. This was a site that was very different. And when we look at how the commission has approved historic, it has approved open space modifications in historic districts like this, I think we always try to have some kind of echo of the real past of this particular space echoing through in some way, so that a visitor could understand that this was different than non-historic sections of the park, that it had a relationship with the past that was complex. I just don't see that here. I don't think there's anything unpleasing or aesthetically wrong about what they've done. The opposite. But I don't see any gesture at all to what was actually here before, whether it's the open plaza in front of the old Fulton Ferry terminal, or whether it was the industrial buildings, or even the purchase building. There was a history here, and I just don't see it. And so I'm struggling with it. I don't know what to really say for myself, whether I'd vote for it or not, but I just don't see the history of this site here.
Yeah, if I could say, I was wondering about that too. Would it be possible to spend a few seconds, Commissioner Goldblum, identifying what those might be? Because I've been struggling to identify what they would be if they were to remain or be reconstituted.
I don't know what the history of the site is in that kind of granular detail. And just looking at the images that I found online, there was this, over time, it's changed a lot. I mean, I saw a photograph shortly, I guess in the early 1900s, when the Victorian terminal building was still there. It was a jumble of structures with a tiny perimeter of walkway space. I saw another photograph that showed it as, kind of very similar to Williamsburg waterfront, with piers, some built, some demolished and paved with asphalt. I think that it's had a history over time that's changed a lot. I mean, you look at the photograph that the applicant provides in the 1970s, I guess it is, of the Purchase building and the smokestack building. It was in large measure paved with asphalt. I don't know. And if we're saying that the historic period of the site was the same period as the buildings on Fulton Street, that's, I don't know, the 1870s, 1890s, early 1900s. I don't know what the physical history of this site was, but I guess I don't see it echoed in what's here.
And I think that part of what, in my mind, thinking about this is I think I focused a lot on the previous commission approval, which also focused a lot on the designation report. And the designation report, as it speaks to this particular section, really talks about the visual and physical connection to Old Fulton Street. So allowing people to access this area, which I think this park does, and allowing you to see the waterfront, which I think this proposal does, even with the sort of ad hoc tree placement. So I think as it was in the designation report, it's sort of described as a utilitarian space that related to the bridge above it, that I see this as doing those same things and sort of still responding to the bridge and allowing for physical and visual access to Old Fulton Street. So that's how I reconcile it. Yes.
Can I say, I thought the smokestack building, in the presence of it, is very strong and reflect back a history of the place.
Great. Okay. So I think, Commissioner Goldblum, you want to think a little bit more while we continue around. So I'll go to Commissioner Devonshire.
Thank you, Sarah. I am filled with the memories of coming here in '79, and we were actually, I was working in Jan's office on the Squirmelhorn Road building, and they would take us over to this area because we were actually a sort of quasi, and it was a jumble. And in general, I have long lamenting of this area into a park. That said, the cow is out of the barn. This is a park. For me, this design addresses as closely as you can those jumbled buildings now being history, a nod toward what this area was. I think the design itself is a bullseye. For me, the smokestack building is enough of an artifact to give the casual user of this idea of what was going on here. I do have some issues with the, what seemed to be here, but I think my misgivings were answered. If they were smaller, more objectable. So objectionable. I'm sorry. What we have, I can't imagine a different design for the lighting that would be better than what we're being offered. So I can approve this.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I agree with most of the commissioners' comments. I think that this is now into a new era where it's a park. So, so besides the twin stack, the really iconic structure that remains is obviously the bridge, the famous bridge, and obviously it's not in our jurisdiction. I'm also in support of, you know, giving credit to Emily Roblin, who did so much to bring this bridge into life and into being here today. The one little concern I have, having studied lighting, is that I believe the weakness is in the highlighting of the abutment of the underside of that support of the bridge. I know the difficulty of parks working with DOT always have this difficult issue of how do you mount lighting underneath it. I would suggest the applicant, if at all possible, to improve the study of that. I find that maybe a better lighting, a general even wash of that brick abutment may be better than a harsh edge twin light that, you know, what I call Nuremberg type of lighting. And so I would say that if I have only one concern and one suggestion is to how to properly highlight this iconic bridge, and especially, and that's the major lighting for the thing, because I do agree that over time, if you hide the light poles, they become blended into the background. But that glaring twin lights, I think somehow personally, I think it could be studied.
Okay, all right. And we, you know, as you know, we really look at the fixtures, but we can encourage them to think about the wattage and the density of the light. So I believe that we have enough votes to approve it as is. I think that outside of the approval, we'd ask them to consider, you know, to continue to consider the quality of that lighting and the distancing, and perhaps if in looking at distancing, thinking about expressing that angle of Water Street and the finish of the light poles. So we'll ask them to voluntarily look at all those things, but I think we have enough to approve it as is today. So Commissioner Lutfi, would you make that motion?
Sure. In the matter of docket 20-09886, 11 Water Street, Brooklyn Bridge, individual landmark, Fulton Ferry Historic District, a park constructed from former waterfront industrial sites and from portions of the former Fulton Ferry Park. The application is to alter and expand the existing park. I note that the designation report states that the special architectural character of the Fulton Ferry Historic District is defined by the collection of mid and late 19th century buildings which reflect the commercial development of the neighborhood when its center of activity was the Fulton Ferry and the waterfront, and that the historic district contains the last bit of actual waterfront near Brooklyn Heights, readily accessible to its residents, and that the revival and restoration of this waterfront area would provide an important amenity for the people of Brooklyn Heights and Manhattan. I also note that the site is located directly beneath the Brooklyn Tower of the individually designated Brooklyn Bridge, and that the commission approved demolition of the purchase building on this site in 2008 in order to facilitate the creation of a future park, with the understanding that the design of that park would be presented to the commission at a later date. I recommend approval, finding that the commission's approval of the demolition of the purchase building was predicated upon the future creation of parkland in this zone, that the proposed design will integrate with and provide access to the greater Fulton Ferry Park at this location and will help to unite sections of the park that remain interrupted by this empty and undeveloped space. That the alterations to the park area will make the base of the Brooklyn Bridge Tower and the waterfront more visually accessible and pedestrian friendly, and will enhance the relationship between the significant buildings along Old Fulton Street and the waterfront. That the design and materials of the paving beneath the bridge span highlight and reflect the bridge grading above, creating a strong relationship between the park and the bridge. that the proposed materials and features, including salvaged granite block seating and park benches, concrete pavers and asphalt paving, steel bollards, and metal lighting poles are in keeping with the installation in Brooklyn Bridge Park and complement the district's industrial character, and that the cumulative effect of this proposal will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the Fulton Ferry Historic District.
Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
Okay, Rich, will you call the vote?
Yes, and just before we continue, I just want to know for the record that Commissioner Gustafson has entered the meeting. Okay. Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Oh.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Abstain.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Okay, with 9 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstain, the motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So that's approved, and good luck to you, and we'll move on. And I think what we'll do is we'll take a 2-minute break before we set up the next item. And we're a little behind schedule, so we won't go for long, but just give everyone a chance to stretch their legs for a minute. So if commissioners, if you can just turn your camera and volume off, and then when you return, turn your camera back on, we'll know you're here. Thank you. So I think that we have 6 of us back, 7 of us back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us back. And we should probably get on schedule. So.
Okay, we're going to start back up with item number 3. This is LPC 20-08748, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1297, Lot 23, 405 Lexington Avenue, the Chrysler Building individual and interior landmark. An Art Deco style skyscraper designed by William Van Allen and built in 1928 to 1930. The application is to replace windows and install glass windscreen.
Commissioners, the applicants have joined the hearing. You may state your name for the record and begin.
We were hoping to have Sheldon Werdiger of RFR begin this discussion. I'm not sure if Sheldon, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I can.
That's terrific.
Great. My name's Sheldon Werdiger, and I'm head of design and development for RFR in New York. Good morning, commissioners. First, I want to commend you for maintaining the continuity of the landmark review process during this unusual moment. We all appreciate this as applicants. You may say that there's a historical coincidence regarding the Chrysler Building at this time. The building was originally constructed and completed in 1930 during the Great Depression and has remained the crown jewel in the city's skyline since. Now we come to you with the same optimism and enthusiasm to keep this building relevant into the future during what we can say is our own current depression. Conceived as part of his original vision, William Van Allen, the Chrysler Building's architect, had designed on the 66th to 67th floors what was originally the Cloud Club, which at that time was the world's highest lunch club. The club catered to corporate executives and closed its doors in 1979. We at RFR have made a commitment to bring back this bar lounge namesake and legacy to the building, instead to put it on the 61st and 62nd floors to take advantage of the 2 extraordinary terraces on the north and south sides, which have unobstructed city views and are within touching distance of the beautiful Art Deco eagles that perch on that level. Our application to you requests approval of a couple design elements that we feel have no visual impact from the street, but has enormous impact on the viability and enjoyment of the new space from within. So with that, I leave it to my colleagues to make our presentation.
Great, thank you, Sheldon.
You're welcome, Cass.
Cass Stackelberg, Higgins, Grace Barth and Partners. I'll be brief, and Leslie Jabs of Gensler will take you through the design presentation. But as Sheldon mentioned, obviously the project site is the Chrysler Building, perhaps one of New York's most iconic landmarks, located on Lexington Avenue between 42nd and 43rd Street. Completed in 1930, it was designated as an individual landmark in 1978, along with its remarkable interior lobby. The scope of work that we're going to be sharing with you today really involves three component parts, all of which, as Sheldon said, are occurring at the 61st and 62nd floor. I'm just highlighting those areas on the cursor here. There are three components. We are proposing to install glass panels on the south and north terraces at the 61st floor. These are clear glass panels cantilevered right off the roof decks. Along with that are modifications to existing terrace doors on those two terraces. And this modification is associated with making these terraces accessible, which they are currently not. And then the third component is removing the existing windows on the 61st and 62nd floor and replacing the 1/1 double hung windows with single light windows, obviously associated with the new occupancy at those levels. Our thinking in terms of the appropriateness of these modifications, I think, can be considered in three different ways. One, particularly in relation to the windows, the windows that we'll be removing are, as I said, 1/1 aluminum windows. They were replaced in the last few years as part of upgrades to the building. So these are not historic windows. As well, I think what's very significant, you can see it in this photograph here, is that the architectural reading of the building as a Art Deco modern structure, the composition of these elevations of the building are very different than a typical building with just punched openings. Van Allen clearly was looking to use the windows as part of an integral composition, and the individual reading of the windows we think are less important than a building of this type. And then particularly the configuration, the simple 1/1 window. This was not intended to be a multi-light sort of backward-looking, historic-looking window configuration, but one instead that was very much forward-looking. So we think the modification to the windows in that regard will have really no effect on the architectural reading of the building. And then lastly, in terms of perception, the work, and you'll see this from photographs from the street, the work that we're proposing on the 61st and 62nd floor really is not, while it is visible supposedly from the street at about 600 feet, it really is imperceptible. We're not removing historic fabric, and the modest changes at those levels really will not have any effect on the architectural character of this remarkable building. Leslie.
Yes. So we will go through very quickly, as we know that your time has been challenged with the previous hearing. Here we see the existing and the proposed modifications that show and indicate the locations for the proposed terraces on the north and the south side. We would note here, although we'll get into it later, that the reasoning for the terrace screen to be held back on the east and the west ends is to allow for servicing of the eagle gargoyles for relamping and also just to service them. Whereas the depth of the terrace is so limited that we wanted to maximize the depth, which really is only effectively a little over 6 feet. On the 62nd floor, we are proposing only the replacement, as Cass mentioned, of the existing replacement windows. You will see in the details that the framing in that matches almost identically to these approved windows. The view impact, we're only going to look at a couple of these slides. There were a full set included for your reference, but we only want to highlight a few of them where we see the mock-up. So if we look at the first one, what we can see here, looking from 40th Street from the south, we're 2 blocks away, where the red arrow is in the upper right is where the visual mock-up. Please note for this mock-up that it was actually done with wood framing and also does have a line that has been painted orange that connects it across the face. As you can see, even on the enlargement, it is barely perceptible. Certainly from the street, it is not perceptible at all. As we quickly go through the next views, again, the mock-ups are there. They're not noticeable. And the windows, of course, we cannot replicate as a mock-up. Again, from here, Tudor City, this is a very open view from the east, but this is just not particularly visual. Probably the North Terrace is where you can see, and again, that wood framing is only for the mock-up, and that does not represent what the pure glass screen will look like. Continue from from the west looking back, again, the mock-up is just not visually impactful in any way. So then we can move along now to going through some of the detailing after we finish with these. The impact study basically are about a block away before you will see the tops of the screen. Closer than that, it will not be visible with the cutoff from the parapet wall. The glass screen itself, when we look at the 2D elevations, we have aligned the top of the proposed glass screen with the primary masonry openings. So there is a visual cue that aligns this important sightline. Here, when we look again, we would point out here that the new glass screen will not touch the primary facade of the building at all. There will be a gap that will occur between the building and the ending of any of the trims of the screen itself. Here we see the section. As you can see currently, the existing pipe rail, which is not part of the designation, the Narosta steel cap that resides on top of the coping will not be touched as part of the installation, but we do need to remove the code non-compliant pipe rail. The back of the parapet wall will be properly treated and remediated and closed off from these openings. The new glass screen itself, oh, sorry, Cass, back. There will be structural steel plating that goes down to the existing structure that will allow for us to do the full 8-foot cantilever without any visible vertical supports whatsoever that reside above the height of the parapet. We then cover this structural steel with a new stainless steel trim that will allow us to have a clean, clear view. Again, the Narosta steel coping will actually be slightly taller than this so that that feature is still visible from both inside and is not disrupted from outside. The east-west section, the only difference here is that we see the clear aisleway that will allow maintenance to be able to access the gargoyles. The new safety tie-off will be achieved with a cable that will be at the floor level. So the safety of the workmen are there, but there will be nothing that protrudes above the finished roof level. Here again, you can see the reason for our maintenance that's required. There are the gargoyles, there's the exterior building lighting. And again, we actually think the building is enhanced by the removal of the existing pipe rails. The existing sliding doors, of which there has not been a historical track of these, They clearly, upon inspection, are not original. They are aluminum and glass. And the current width of that opening is only 5 foot 0.5 inch, which does not allow us to actually have a code compliant door for the purpose of occupying the terrace. We have proposed to put in a new pair of sliding doors where one leaf will be wider than the other to allow both for legal egress from the terrace and also for ADA access to the terrace. This will be accomplished by creating a pocket behind the masonry for the wider glass to slide into. That detail was shown in the appendix. Here we show both the masonry window replacement and the Narosta steel on the next slide to go from the double hung to the single light. As you can see, we have been able to source detailing that will allow us to match the frame locations from the face of masonry to the existing trims, the existing lintels, and the profiles themselves will almost be identical to what is existing today. The glass will be the same glass that has been approved within, luckily because this was a recent renovation, we can still get the exact same glass and coating. So visually the appearance of the glass will be identical to what you see today. Again, here's the detail for the Narosta steel. We are able, because of the trims, not to have to touch the existing Narosta steel in order to install these new windows, thus preserving it without any risk to damage. And again, the glass will match exactly to what is there today. I believe that is what we have to share with you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Feel free to raise your hands if you have any questions. Okay, not seeing any questions at this time. We'll see if there's any public testimony. Anyone who would like to speak, please raise your hand and we'll admit you. And Lisa, will you?
Okay, and we had Kelly Carroll signed up to speak and has raised her hand. So Kelly, I'm unmuting you.
Okay. Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC has no objections to the proposed. Okay, thank you. I'll start over. HDC has no objections to the proposed window replacement, as this modest change at the 61st and 62nd floors will be imperceptible from the street. The proposed window screens are necessary for public's visits and have precedent atop Manhattan's iconic skyscrapers. HDC noticed that low reflective glass will be employed for the windscreen, but is it possible to install a mock-up panel to measure the true glare of the sun? The Chrysler Building is arguably the most iconic Art Deco skyscraper in New York, only second to the Empire State Building. Our committee would like to ensure that the glimmer of the proposed screen does not outshine the Narosta steel for which this building is known and loved. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kelly. And Kelly was the only person signed up to speak and the only person I see that has put her hand up.
Okay, thank you. And Rich, do we have any written testimony?
We just have a resolution from Manhattan Community Board 6 recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we have a question from Commissioner Shamir-Barron, and then after that, I'd like to see if if we have other questions or if the applicants have any final comments, particularly on the glare of the glass panels and whether a mock-up was done. But we know a similar installation was approved at Top of the Rock, and maybe you can talk about the comparison to that. Okay, Commissioner Shamir-Barron.
Yes, I just have a quick question about the length of the glass windscreen and what the reason is for extending it that extra 5'8" on either sort of side. If there was consideration of pulling it back to the actual width of that flat face
Certainly.
43rd Street?
Yes, happy to answer that question. I wish that we weren't in the COVID era, as the commissioners would have had their opportunity for a site visit, and hopefully they will have. To actually see the gargoyles and see them up close is really, it's really thrilling. I have to be honest, the condition of them is excellent. All these years, they haven't been open to public view. And we really wanted to extend the screen to allow the visitor to get as close to them as possible while still acknowledging the maintenance requirements, the long-term facade maintenance requirements that for reading and scaffolding, et cetera, that we had to leave this aisle to the ends. So we certainly did think about it. And it really was done, and I hope all of you will have an opportunity to come and see the terrace, but getting as close to them as possible is just really exciting, and I think the public would truly enjoy. I know 5 feet doesn't maybe sound like a lot, but as you can see, it just gets you a lot closer to that corner, and as you know, that's a very celebrated feature of this building.
Okay, thank you. And do you want to respond to the public comments about the type of glass?
Yes, absolutely. We have done extensive studies, have looked at a selection actually of 8 different glass types that run the gamut for low reflectivity. The glass, we're down to a selection of 2 different options, and a couple of them might, because of COVID, rely upon availability and that. But these have significantly and extremely low reflectivity. It will also be applied on both sides of the glass. So one of the benefits that we will have is that we won't be getting any flashback from either side of the glass because both sides will be reflective. The mock-up samples are 2x2 samples, which are good sized. It is something where I don't know that a full-size panel mounted on the 61st floor, I'm not sure that it would achieve what has been asked, but it is certainly something that could be considered. And of course, happy to supply real samples. As you know, that can be an extremely difficult test. As the sun changes all day, it changes all year. We're on different facades. But we believe that the reflectivity is so much lower. And I will confirm the actual glass. I believe Pilkington is what was used at the Rock Center. I will check that. But our glass actually should be a lower reflectivity than that glass. But we will have to come back and confirm that for you.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, not seeing any other questions. I think we can move to our discussion, and Commissioner Bland, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of closing the hearing?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, hearing is closed, and we're going to move into our discussion. And this is for both the glass railing as well as for the window changes at the level, very minimally perceptible, if at all, but it also includes the windows above. So why don't we start with Commissioner Shamir Barron, since you had a question. We'll start with you.
Thank you. Very exciting to see this project. As former director of the Van Allen Institute, I'm very familiar with this place and visited several times, kind of in search of the original club. What I was struck with when I was there in my several visits was the experience of this of 45 degree, or whatever the exact degree is, angles we don't think about it that way, but I was struck by it in several cases, both in the lobby, but also upstairs. And the relationship, you know, there are some through the kind of the chamfered and in some cases triangulated window openings, there is this kind of diagonal. And so I'm just wondering if there's a possibility to actually experiment a bit more with this glass windscreen and maybe even make that corner, you know, the line, the edge, instead of 5'8", kind of cut it on the diagonal or have it turn the corner, something so that we really, the geometry that they've proposed there is just a little bit off in terms of that 5'8" protrusion. But otherwise, this is a wonderful project, and it'll be great to have it come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Commissioner Gustafson.
Speaking as someone who spent 9 years in one of the ugliest buildings in Manhattan, which happens to be right next door to the Chrysler at 425 Lexington, I had an office window that stared at the 30th floor level of the Chrysler building for 9 years of 7 days a week, 24 hours a day law firm work. So it was indeed the most exciting thing there was in my life. And I was staring at the radiator caps at the 30th floor. So I'm kind of surprised that the applicant got through this whole thing without referring to the eagles as hood ornaments, but that's forgivable. But what it does tell me is that my experience of the building from that height tells you that there, you know, before I saw that from that level, I was even unaware of the radiator caps. So you really cannot see even at the 30th floor, let alone what's going on at the 60th floor and above. So when we say that this is barely visible, I mean, it is, you'd have to have incredible vision to be able to see any of these changes. So the reflectivity obviously is the only issue of any significance whatsoever, and I'm sure they're going to pursue that. So I think it's completely appropriate, and will continue to outshine that piece of junk next door to it.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
I think it's appropriate. I'm concerned about the angles, but I don't think I have a solution for it. So I think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi.
I think it's appropriate. One of my favorite buildings in the city.
Okay. Commissioner Bland.
Similarly, I think it's appropriate. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Chen.
Yes, I agree with the comments, and I only wish that we have allowed the site visit.
I know, but maybe we can still plan a site visit at some day. Commissioner Devonshire.
I think it's appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Goldblum.
Agreed.
And Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, this is my #1 favorite landmark, and I do support the application.
Okay, and Commissioner Holford Smith.
I agree. It's appropriate.
Okay, great. So I think we have a unanimous approval here. I also agree this is one of my favorite landmarks as well. So I will go ahead and make this motion. And this is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, docket number LPC 20-08748-405 Lexington Avenue, the Chrysler Building, an individual and interior landmark, an Art Deco style skyscraper designed by William Van Allen and built in 1928 to 1930. This is an application to replace windows and install glass windscreens. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed glass windscreens at the 61st floor terraces will be consistent with similar installations at other tall buildings with observation decks, will be simply designed, and will not damage or obscure any significant architectural features, that the windscreens will only be seen from public thoroughfares at great distance and height, and will feature a non-reflective coating, further helping them to recede from view. That the upper portions of the terrace doors and windows facing the terrace windscreen enclosures at the 61st floor will only be partially visible at a great distance and height, and that the windows at the 62nd floor will also be minimally perceptible. And the change in configuration of these windows will be discrete and will not otherwise interrupt uniform fenestration pattern, and therefore recommend approval. Commissioner Shamir Baron, would you second that?
Second.
All right, Rich, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Baron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chung.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Okay, 11 in favor, none opposed, and motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And we have one more item before we break for lunch.
Okay, and that item is number 4, LPC 20-08588, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1124, Lot 42, 12 West 72nd Street in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District, an apartment hotel building designed by Emery Roth and built in 1927. The application is to install new window and door openings.
And commissioners, the applicants have joined the hearing. State your name for the record and you may begin.
My name is Michael Ingwe from Baxt Ingwe Architects. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you very much for continuing with the hearings. This has been very helpful. As you can see, the project that we're working on is on the 27th, 28th, and 29th floors. And we are going to be installing new windows and door openings on the 28th and 29th floors on the east facade of the building. We're replacing them, or we're putting in 2/2 double hung cottage style windows that follow the building's master plan that was previously approved by LPC. If you look at the facade, which is, it's easier to see this in the drawing than it is the photos, there's already what looks kind of like a blind window to a certain extent. There's brickwork already in place of where these windows would be, windows on the top and doors on the bottom. The other thing I will say is, as we look at the rest of the building, the penthouse on the other side of this tower has already done this and has openings that we are now creating, the penthouse on the west facade. The openings are minimally visible from the street. I think the next slide to show just what the visibility is.
So Michael, you can just click on the presentation to have remote control of the screen.
Oh, great, thanks. Oops, whoa. I went way too fast. Wow, I got it now. So when you take a look at the photo here, this is taken from the corner at Central Park, at 72nd and Central Park. And you can see, even with a pretty heavy zoom, you're able to see the upper floor windows, but not the doors. But really, it's imperceptible from there. We're actually able to show the penthouse on the west side in this photo, and you can barely see their windows and doors as well, but you can kind of see them. And then we also went all the way across the park, and again, you'd have to have binoculars to see this, but it is a public way. So it's really not easily seen from a public way, but we did want to describe it. When we put the windows and doors in, we will not be removing any of the brick that surrounds it, that corbelling that's at the top and at the bottom, creating the head and sill. We're able to work within the window opening with typical materials that can be installed from the interior, which is just an L galvanized member of steel, and we can waterproof it appropriately. I'm gonna go back to this view, which kind of brings us back. So again, it's the 2 windows at this location and the 2 doors at this location. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, not hearing any questions. We'll see if there's anyone who would like to speak, and speakers should raise their hands at this point and we'll recognize you. Lisa, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. yes, we have Mark Diller, who I just promoted to a panelist. And I'm unmuting. And Mark, if you could just state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes. And I'm also asking you to start your video if you like.
Start my video, I'm sorry.
You're good, you may start, Mark.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm Mark Diller. I'm the chair of Community Board 7, in which this application sits. I am grateful to the commission for the opportunity to testify. I'm grateful to the applicant for bringing this to our attention. This is one of the first applications that we heard when posting for community awareness of an application became compromised because of COVID. And so we are glad that we didn't hold anything up for that, but we are glad that they were able to come to us. With respect to the application, our resolution is in favor. There were 37 votes in favor and only 2 abstentions, none opposed. We were particularly moved by the fact that the windows and doors would fit into existing corbelling and brickwork that make their presence actually feel appropriate and more expected of what that facade should look like than the current condition, truthfully. And the use of the master plan window design fits perfectly into this scenario here. In terms of visibility, it is visible. We don't discount the fact that it is the 27th floor of a building, but it is certainly minimally visible. But measured on its own, even if we're on the first floor, our view was that because of the nature of the placement of the windows and the window configurations themselves, that this would be appropriate at any level of this iconic building. Not as iconic as the last building that you guys were just talking about, but this is an important building on our Upper West Side. We take it quite seriously, and we're happy to recommend approval. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Mark. Okay, and then the next person that signed up and also has their hand raised is Landmark West. This is Sean. And I've unmuted you, and if you'd like to run your video, you can do that as well. Please just state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee recognizes that this was not originally designed as a living space, and alterations to the lantern have already been executed on the west-facing apartment. We appreciate the applicant's intentions for a complementary set of masonry openings in a mirror pattern. The committee understands that these follow the master plan and hope the window configurations of the existing sister apartment in 27A someday follow suit for a cohesive lantern. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee supports approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sean. And I believe that is everybody that signed up and has their hand raised to testify.
Okay, and Rich, do we have a resolution from the CB?
Yes, we do. Recommended approval, as Mark Diller had said, and
yes, of course.
We also have a letter from Landmark West, as has already been discussed.
Okay, so the 2 letters we received were represented by speakers today. Okay, great. So I think that was very positive testimony. I'm not sure the applicants want to add anything at this time, but this would be your final moment to add anything before we move to discussion.
Nothing to add at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, so let's make a motion to close the hearing and move into our discussion. Commissioner Bland, would you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Gustafson, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor of closing the hearing?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we'll move into our discussion. The hearing is closed. This is similar to our previous applications, another window changes that are at a very high location, sort of an iconic top of this building, fitting within openings and relating to other openings on the facade. So would anyone like to start with this? Commissioner Devonshire, would you like to start?
Sorry, Sarah, did you call me?
Yes.
I couldn't hear it's still cutting out. I'm totally in favor of this. I think it's appropriate.
Okay, great. And Commissioner Chen,
Likewise here.
Commissioner Bland,
Yes, and because it fits in with the carbling of the current brick, it's very appropriate.
okay. Commissioner Lutfi,
Agree, appropriate, good job.
okay. Commissioner Jefferson,
Where am I? I find this proposal appropriate. It keeps the character and work within the center bay and the existing facade composition.
great. And Commissioner Gustafson,
Appropriate.
Commissioner Shmay-Baron,
Yes, I think it's appropriate as well.
okay. Commissioner Holford Smith,
I agree. I think it's appropriate.
and Commissioner Chapin.
I agree.
All right, and Commissioner Goldblum.
Agreed.
Okay, great. And I also did want to just comment that I think relating to the master plan, having the configuration relate to the master plan will also help to strengthen this building's fenestration pattern. Okay, so I think we're ready to go ahead and vote on this. So Commissioner Holford Smith, would you make this motion?
Yes. In the matter of LPC 20-08588, 12 West 72nd Street, apartment 27B in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. An apartment building designed by Emery Roth and built in 1927. The application is to install new window and door openings. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that their proposed openings at the east facade of the tower will be in keeping with the building's historic fenestration pattern and will match similar alterations that have occurred over time at the west facade of the tower. That the proposed multi-light French doors will be consistent with other terrace doors on the building, and the windows will match the configuration, materials, and details of windows approved under the existing master plan for window replacement, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District.
Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
Okay. Rich, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shmay-Baron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire, Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Okay, 11 in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
Okay, so that's approved. Thank you. And we're now going to break for lunch and we'll come back at 1:15 for our afternoon session. So commissioners, just turn your counted. So welcome back to our afternoon session of our May 19th public hearing. We're going to begin with item number 5, and I will turn it over to Corey Harala, the Director of Preservation, to begin the afternoon session.
Thank you, Sarah. Item number 5 is LPC 20-08778, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1164, Lot 47, 240 West 73rd Street in the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. A Renaissance Revival style apartment building designed by Leo F. Nust and built in 1927 to 28. The application is to construct a rooftop mechanical enclosure and bulkhead, raise parapets and chimneys, install a marquee and signage, modify masonry openings, and replace doors.
And commissioners, the applicants have joined the hearing. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Erin Ruley of Higgins Quaysmart. It's a pleasure to see you all. We are here today to share a proposal for 240 West 73rd Street. I'm joined by Randy Gerner and Silka Rapelius of GKV Architects, as well as Christian Lemon of Aimco. They are the building owners. The I'll walk you through the presentation, and then the team will be available for any questions you might have. The building is located on the south side of West 73rd Street, between Broadway and West End Avenue. It's located within the West End Collegiate Historic District extension, which was designated in 2013. The building in the photograph on the right, you can see, is a 16-story apartment hotel building designed by Leo Noose in a sort of restrained Renaissance Revival style. It was originally known as the Hotel Commander. And here in the comparative elevations, you can see that the proposed modifications are located at the rooftop and at the base of the building. As you can see from the comparison of the existing condition, the building has undergone some amount of change over time, primarily at the entry, which you can see here, and through the addition of through-wall HVAC system. And in this building, because of the restrained design, the louvers have a particularly significant impact here. The louvers are actually more pronounced than the sort of subtle articulation of the overall facade. And so the proposal includes new sustainable systems on the rooftop within a proposed enclosure that would allow for the removal of all of those units and the restoration of the facade. This is one of the tallest buildings in the block, so there will be visibility over secondary elevations, but we think that that's a good balance between the restorative value and the proposed visibility. The enclosure actually relates very well to the stepped massing of the building, and will be in its finish and materiality will recede from view. Also at the top of the building, there'll be a parapet extension, a new stair bulkhead, and a chimney extension here. At the base of the building, we'll be removing extensive later accretions and providing new entries, signage, and marquee, new lighting. And this is all in the context of an extensive restoration that'll be managed at staff level. Just a bit of history, you can see here in the tax photo, the original limestone surround of the entry had a limestone return on a deeply recessed entry, a recessed plaque with the Hotel Commander in the street address, and also light fixtures at the outside pilasters. By 1950, a marquee had been added, and you can see that in detail here. It says Commander along the outside edge, and it ties back to the second story, and that's located just below that second floor window level, the sill level. And then a little bit about the existing conditions. There is an existing glass entry surround and glass marquee. This surround is actually internally illuminated. And you can see here these linear light fixtures that extend behind the glazing panels. We did a couple of probes to understand what was intact behind the glazing. The front face of the masonry exists, and the limestone returns have been removed, and that's just backup brick that exists back there. And you can see other additions over time, the new through-wall louvers, signage attached to the pilasters, the base has been coated, there are large cameras affixed to the facade and conduit, all of which really diminishes the pedestrian experience of the building. Entry marquees are a typical feature in apartment hotels. These are 3 examples on the Upper West Side, all neo-Renaissance in style. And you can see that each has a marquee that's fairly similar to what we see at the Hotel Commander in the 50s. And then just a few examples of the variety of commission-approved marquees at residential and commercial buildings, all with a sort of similar vocabulary, modern interpretations of traditional marquees, box frame, glazed, glazed roof and patterned ornamentation around the frame. And then just to look at the scope in a bit more detail, we have the existing base elevation and the proposed. So again, removing all of those later additions to the facade and proposing to restore the entry surround, the limestone surround, new metal and glazed entry doors, a new sign above the door within the recessed panel that exists, and a new marquee that's approximately located where that historic marquee was situated. All of these will be finished in a medium bronze finish. And then looking at the easternmost bay, converting an existing window location to a new commercial tenant entry. Currently, this entire space is occupied by a chiropractor's office, and they enter through the building lobby. So this would provide direct access. And also a new service entry door here. The existing is a non-historic door in a historic location. The design of these doors is meant to be consistent and provide a compatible vocabulary, but also maintain the hierarchy of the primary and the secondary entries in the building. So the commercial entry would have a glazed panel, and the service entry would have a full metal panel in the recessed panel design as part of the traditional approach to the service entry. Here you can see that the proposed marquee is slightly higher in elevation than the existing, so approximating the location of the historic. And in addition, this provides just a better proportional relationship between the sign located above the door and the entry infill. The return will be clad in limestone to match the historic condition. The exterior perimeter of the marquee will have a perforated metal screen with a pattern with the new building logo. And the marquee will have a glazed roof and ornamental framing within. And just a few details on the signage. Here's the existing condition you can see in the photos. So all of these light fixtures have been attached through the masonry. You can see the molded profile here, and then the panel would sit, the new signage panel would sit over this flush panel here. And to the greatest extent possible, we'll reuse one of the very multiple attachment points that have been provided by all of the existing conditions. And looking at those secondary entries, here is the existing service entry. This is a non-historic door. Historically, the service entry was recessed from this location. So this is a flush door that was added later. And so the proposal includes setting back to allow a reading of that recess that would have been there historically. And here is the existing window that'll be converted to a new entry for the commercial entrance. As you can see here, there are joints in the masonry. In 2005, there was a plan to create a new entryway here, and they went as far as to cut the stone but never installed a door. So that is the extent of the masonry removal in that location. And then looking at that in section, you can see here the granite base to be removed, the door set back 2 feet from the building face, and then a new metal, painted metal return to be installed within that recess. And that condition is consistent between the commercial entry and the service entry. And the proposed door detail is here with the recessed panel. In the commercial entry, this will be clear glass. And in the service entry, that will be a full metal panel. And here you can see all of those interventions in the context of the restored facade. Moving up to the top of the building, we are looking northwest here. So this is 73rd Street, and the Ansonia is right across the street. And this is the rear of the building. Along the perimeter, you can see that the parapet is quite low. There's a railing to add the additional code compliant height. And there's an existing elevator bulkhead. in the proposed condition, the parapet will be raised approximately 2 feet. And then within that, a new mechanical enclosure will sit set back from the front facade. Here is the existing elevator bulkhead, and a new stair bulkhead will be located just west of that, and the chimney to be extended on the west elevation. The mechanical equipment contained within the enclosure is a combination of code required and greater sustainability measures. So we have an emergency generator, there's new kitchen and bathroom exhaust, which doesn't currently exist in the building, and makeup air. There's a cogeneration plant, the smaller unit here, and then these are the VRF units, which really allow for the removal of those through-wall sleeves. And so this is a tremendous investment in the future of the building. And this view is particularly helpful because you can see how the enclosure works within the setback massing of the existing building. And then just in elevation here, we can see the parapet increase. It's 1'11" above the existing height. The new mechanical enclosure, the screen, is 7 feet above the new parapet. The stair bulkhead is really a lateral extension of the existing elevator bulkhead. That's to be clad in stucco to match the finish of the buff brick. And the new chimney extension on the west elevation, this is for a neighbor's chimney on that wall. And here you can see all of the through-wall louvers that have been removed. And then just a quick walk around the building. This is the east elevation, so facing Broadway, the parapet extension, the mechanical screen, set back from the front facade here, and the chimney in the distance. And on the west elevation, the parapet increase on the north and south ends, new guardrail in between, the extended chimney, which is being extended 9 feet 2 inches, and the new stair enclosure. The screen is set back here. You can see it in the distance. And then this is just a plan diagram showing the footprint of the proposed enclosure, all of the units contained within, and then the required allowances for the clearances for the units, and to show that this has really been made as compact as possible in terms of footprint on the rooftop. And then to the west, the proposed stair bulkhead, and this is the chimney to be extended. And then just in section, the parapet increase and screen rising 7 feet above. The dunnage has 3 feet clear below in order to maintain the roof, and the dunnage will be anchored back to the parapet. The proposed finish of the mechanical enclosure is here. It's a perforated metal screen in a neutral gray finish, and again allows a high degree of transparency so that it doesn't read as a solid massing on the rooftop. And we were fortunate enough before the shutdown to build a mock-up. And so looking here, the area of the green netting is the parapet extension. The orange netting is the mechanical screen. And then this area here, this is the existing elevator bulkhead, so the new stair bulkhead located here. There is an entire world of sidewalk bridge that's been constructed along in front of the Ansonia and the building to the west, which really limits your ability to take photographs of the mock-up from directly across the street. So we've supplemented the visibility study with these sightline diagrams to show that the enclosure will not be visible over the primary facade. And then finally, we're just going to take a walk around the site. We have again, the building is pretty prominent in the streetscape. It's primarily a low-rise block. From the northeast corner of Broadway and 73rd Street, you can see the building in the distance. On the left is the mock-up view, and then on the right is the rendered view. And then we have detailed zooms of the mock-up and rendering below. And so in the mock-up, we see the green area of netting showing the proposed parapet extension and the mechanical enclosure above. And so I think, you know, all of these things that we've been talking about, how it works well within the existing step massing of the building and is set back from the front facade, doesn't impinge on the reading of the historic massing in any way, and then just sort of disappears against the sky thanks to the material finish and perforation. We'll look a little bit, walk a little bit farther to the east from Amsterdam Avenue. We see the building in the distance here. Again, parapet extension and the mechanical enclosure above here. This is a seasonal view across Verdi Square. So we see the building located back here. And again, in the zoom view, it's more helpful. You can see the parapet extension and the mechanical enclosure, but this is how you would experience it in the streetscape. And then from 72nd Street, so we're looking at the rear of the building now over low-rise buildings on 72nd Street here. This is the back facade, and we can see the parapet extension, the mechanical closure here, and you get an oblique view of the chimney extension. It's pretty minimal in that view. And then here's the rendered view, and again, it's in this context over the rear facade and the low-rise buildings on 72nd Street. And then finally, on 73rd Street, just east of West End Avenue, we can see the chimney extension here, the new mechanical enclosure here. I'm sorry, the new stair bulkhead here. And when we built the mock-up, we realized that right here, that there was a piece of the mechanical enclosure that was visible that we hadn't anticipated. And we really felt that this interfered with the reading of the stepped massing. And so we've found a way to set that back. So the plans reflect the change and this rendering reflects the setback, but we were not able to modify the mock-up in advance of the shutdown. So there will be no visibility of the mechanical screen over the primary facade there. And then I'll just leave you here with the existing condition and the proposed rendering, which shows all of the proposed changes at the base in this context of fabulous restoration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? I think it was a very clear and helpful presentation. Commissioner Jefferson, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just have two technical material questions. One, the perforations, what's the perforation transparency? Is it 30%, 40%? How much is the transparency? That's A. And B, the new fireplace flue, why is it not brick? Why is it stainless steel?
I'm going to ask Silka Rapelius. Silka, are you available?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
To address those two questions?
Yeah. I want to start with the fire flue, with the fireplace flue on the east side. So we have actually started off the project and we're anticipating to wrap that chimney in brick, and that was our intention. However, it needs to be 3 feet higher than any adjacent construction, which leaves that flue like a freestanding flue, like about 9 feet high. And when we started to run that by our structural engineer, the structural engineer said that it would require some massive steel on the east side, on the west side, I apologize, where we had to remove existing building fabric, historic fabric, in order to extend that. And it would have been much bulkier as well. So ultimately, we thought the lesser evil would be to extend it in metal. And the second question was, remind me 1 second.
The transparency with the percentage of the, yeah.
So the transparency of the mesh, I want to say, is probably like about 30 to 40%. And we chose the most transparent mesh available, which would work for structurally on a rooftop fence like this. which is like, I believe, like about like a 12 or 14 gauge material. And we wanted to make the transition from the building to the sky as transparent as possible. So, and that was ultimately what settled the decision on a perforated metal.
Thank you.
The color for that is a zinc color, which would be a dull finish and would reflect the sky without drawing visibility to it as well. And I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah.
I see Sarah is moving her lips, but I don't see her.
Yeah, Sarah, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Goldblum. Sorry, I thought he was saying he was muted.
I know, I thought you were talking to each other.
All right, Commissioner Goldblum.
Material of the marquee is natural real bronze, or is it a coating on?
It's a finish on aluminum that's currently proposed. Yeah, it's a medium bronze finish.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so I think we'll turn to public testimony. Anyone who'd like to speak should raise their hand and we'll admit you. Lisa?
Okay, and we did have a couple of people sign up to speak. I'm going to start with Michelle Peace, who I believe is from Community Board 7. And Michelle, let's see. I'm unmuting you, and you can start your video if you like. And if you have 3 minutes, and please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Michelle Parker, co-chair of the Preservation Committee of Community Board 7. We heard this application at committee in March, and at the time, our resolution was substantially the same as what you're hearing this afternoon, except that we asked for the 2 doors, the new retail public entry and the 2 doors in the front be glazed, be similar and be glazed. We heard this the resolution went to the full board on April 7th, but before that, the applicant contacted us, thank you, to tell us that in consultation with LPC staff recommended that they agreed with the resolution. They recommended modification to the marquee to lower that a little, and that the service entry should be more utilitarian in appearance and not match the commercial entry, because it is typical with historic entries of this type. At the time that we got this information, and again, we thank the applicant for giving us this information, we could not change our resolution. So our resolution, which was passed 35 for and 1 against, 0 abstentions and 0 ineligible, it will include a request that both doors be glazed. But we, of course, defer to your committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the next person we'll bring in is Landmark West. And, sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee was anxious when reading through the list of alterations proposed at this landmark, but quite pleased to see many of them serve as improvements to the underlying landmark. The design team did their homework and should be commended for improving the building's functional needs and aesthetics in the process. The committee's one concern lay with renaming the building and specifically the bronze plaque. While the Penelope may be a lovely name and more fitting than the Tempo, why further this building's identity crisis and not just embrace Hotel Commander? If the 92-year-old building's name must again change, the material choice of the plaque is appropriate, but the committee was concerned about the mounting of a new plaque, which might further damage the original signage. This applicant has gone above and beyond elsewhere on the facade, and we maintain the hope that they not stop short, but consider restoring the original signage as well. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee supports approval of this application.
Great, thank you, Sean. And then the last person we'll call is Kelly Carroll. And Kelly, I've promoted you to a panelist.
Okay, Kelly Carroll for Historic Districts Council. Overall, the proposed modifications to the former Hotel Commander are appropriate except for one preservation issue, the survival of the building's original name in stone above the main entry. The LPC staff who researched this building thought the hotel's history important enough to include it in the designation report, which reads, quote, "At the time of its completion, the Hotel Commander contained approximately 350 suites available in sizes ranging from 1 to 3 rooms with daily rates starting at $3.50. It boasted full hotel service and had an optional long-term leases. By 1932, the building was noted as occupied by 50% transient and 50% permanent residents. A mixture of hotel and rental units endured here for more than 70 years until the building was converted full-time to rental apartments," end quote. HDC asks the Commission to consider this history and whether this clue to the building's past merits a place in public view or obscured behind its new identity as the Penelope. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And that's all of the people that signed up, and I don't see anybody else with their hand raised.
Okay, thank you. Rich, do we have any written testimony?
Nothing else that has already been spoken by the advocates and the community board.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's turn back to the applicants. There, I think largely supportive testimony, but some comments about the design of the service door. I'm not sure if you want to address that or any other final comments you want to make before we move to close the hearing.
Sure. So with regard to the service entry, we did agree at the community board, at the committee meeting, to change it so that they were symmetrical. They had the same glazing pattern. But in talking with staff, staff really wanted to minimize the appearance of it, that they shouldn't be consistent between the two entries. We talked about back painting the glass, but for us, there are safety issues. This is a loading door, and if you're going to the extent of painting back painting a glazed panel, then that's going to have the same appearance as a metal panel. Then the preference is obviously for the more consistent material that'll be better for the service entry. And we did notify the community board prior to the full board meeting. In terms of the bronze plaque, I guess I'll deal with the plaque in terms of the repositioning of the building, the rebranding of the building. Certainly the commission has seen very many examples of this. The W Hotel taking the place of the Guardian Life building, that epic sign. RCA, similarly for GE and Comcast at Rock Center. And so this happens in the city, and there are very many examples of it. In terms of covering the historic sign, the existing sign is pretty damaged. And I think about 81 8th Avenue, the bank building, which became the individual landmark, which became a CVS, where the historic incised panel was covered over with a new appropriate sign, so that the underlying thing remains, but that the new branding and the new signage is there. And to the greatest extent possible, as I said, we have very many points of attachment there. And we think that with a lightweight metal plaque that will be able to achieve an attachment that doesn't further damage the stone.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any final questions? Okay, and not seeing any hands raised, I think we'll move to our discussion. Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Gustafson, would you second that motion?
Second.
Okay. And all in favor of closing the hearing?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so we'll begin our discussion. And so this, of course, includes replacing a service door and doing a similarly configured door for a doctor's office at the opposite end of the facade. The new entrance doors, which involve actually a lot of restoration work, canopy, the sign covering a historic engraved sign, which will remain protected by that covering, and then the slight adjustments to the parapet and the mechanical screen on the roof, which are seen from great distances. So there's about 5 components to this application. So think about all of them as we move around the table for discussion. So I think, why don't we start with Commissioner Chapin?
Well, I find all these changes to be quite appropriate. I think they moved the building into a much closer to the historic condition, and I really can approve it as presented.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith?
I agree with that. I think it's very sensitively done. I agree with the decision to have the service entry match in design, but not in material with the new commercial entry. And I find that the rooftop work will be minimally visible. And I think that it's sort of basically encompassing the original sign behind a new sign panel does not do any further damage to it, and it's still there if they ever want to expose it. I find it appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Shamir Barron?
I find it appropriate, all of the elements.
Okay, and Commissioner Gustafson?
I think we've got 2 trades going on here, and they're both very positive. The first involves the rooftop, mechanical enclosure, the bulkhead, the parapets, the chimneys. And then keep in mind, this is a trade to get rid of some 40 or 50 through wall and through window air conditioning units, and that's a wonderful trade. And that high up, the rooftop additions are barely distinguishable. The second trade is an incredibly distracting and ugly marquee in exchange for a much improved version of the marquee. And so I'll take that trade as well. As far as the doors are concerned, I think the staff had it exactly right. Its symmetry is worse for this building on its base than actually putting in doors that reflect their use.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I think this is a commendable project, and I agree with the other commissioners.
Okay, Commissioner Lutfi?
I agree. I think it's really well done.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Bland? Commissioner Bland?
Muted.
Sorry, I was muted. I said I'm in John Gustafson's column of free trade. So good trade ups in all cases. Sorry, I was muted.
No, I was sorry about that. Okay, Commissioner Chen.
Other comments. This is appropriate. Okay. Nicely done.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Well done. Appropriate.
And Commissioner Goldblum.
I agree. The only thing I would suggest, first of all, the staff should pay careful attention to the patches of the brick. Very, very hard to get right. And second, I think the marquee and the sign should be a natural bronze material and not a paint finish or, a Kynar finish. Things that are that close to pedestrian should be a proper material.
Okay. All right. And I agree as well with all of the comments, and I'm fine with the marquee as proposed, but I sort of understand your position, Commissioner Goldblum. Okay, so I think though we have enough to vote as is. Commissioner Chapin, would you make that motion?
Yes, thank you. In the matter of the certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, LPC 20-085-8812 West 72nd Street, apartment, is this the right one? Apartment 27B, upper.
No, it's not the right one.
No.
Yeah, I've got the wrong one. Hold on just a second. I'm sorry.
Next
Move my cursor down. Hang on a minute.
73rd Street.
Yeah, I thought I got it onto the wrong one. Thank you very much. Sorry. So in the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, LPC 20-08778-240 West 73rd Street, West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. A Renaissance Revival style apartment building designed by Leo F. Knutz and built in 1927-28. Application is to construct a rooftop, mechanical enclosure and bulkhead, raise parapets and chimneys, install a marquee and signage, modify masonry openings, and replace doors. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed marquee will be in keeping with the historic marquee that was in place at this building in terms of placement, cross-bracing, attachments, materials, and finish. That the location and limited width of the marquee will be compatible with the composition of the entrance and will maintain the visibility and prominence of the significant decorative features around it. That the new side entrance created by enlarging an existing window opening will be well scaled to the facade, typical in placement, and compatible with the symmetrical organization of the facade. That the design of the doors and marquee will be harmonious with the building's Renaissance Revival style, while remaining subordinate to the historic features of the building. That the simple design of the side entrance doors and metal panels at the entrance returns and setback placement of the infill at the base of this large masonry building will not call undue attention to the installations. That the plaque will be typical in terms of material and finish, and in keeping with the building's carved stone identification signage in terms of location. That the installation of the plaque will be easily reversible and its size will correspond to the size of the carved stone signage, which it will cover, and remain compatibly scaled to the entrance. That raising the plain upper parapets approximately 2 feet will be a modest change at this large building that will maintain a harmonious proportional relationship with the facades. That the proposed mechanical screen, bulkhead, and flue will only be seen from public thoroughfares at a distance within the context of other existing rooftop accretions, and their simple design, form, and neutral finishes will help the installations to be compatible with the upper portion of the building, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the historic district.
Second.
Thank you. And Rich, will you call the vote?
Yes, Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Okay, 11 in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next item.
Next item is number 6, LPC 20-09545, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1210, Lot 26, 117 West 79th Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. A Renaissance Revival style apartment building built in 1898 to 1899. The application is to modify a window opening and install a door and barrier-free access lift.
Commissioners, the applicants have joined the hearing. Please state your name for the record and unmute yourself. You may join video as well, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Krista Waring from CTA Architects. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. All right, so as noted, this presentation is for the installation of an accessible lift at the street elevation of 117 West 79th Street in anticipation of its conversion to occupancy by the elderly. So our plan is to install the lift at the east side of the entrance. What you're seeing, that's image the long rectangle. We're going to relocate. We have an opening, which you can see image C. That's the exterior areaway. So we're going to install the lift primarily in the areaway. We're going to move the gate that's currently there. We're going to remove the stairs. We're going to move the gate that's currently there, and we're going to put the stairs and the gate over on the west side of the entrance so that the accessible lift is on the east side of the entrance. So we're swapping that out there. This image shows you 2 unsuccessful accessibility options. On the left-hand side, you can see a ramp, and in the center of the second drawing, and on the first drawing, it's in elevation, and then second drawing, it's in plan. And in the center, you can see the what's called a stair lift. So as you can see with the ramp, it is very wide and extends over 7 feet into the public right of way, and is also right by a tree. Those are the actual tree locations. And the building code section 3202 notes that ramps cannot project beyond more than 44 inches into the street line. So this is not compliant. And then a stair lift is not actually compliant with ANSI 117 because an accessible entrance has to facilitate the unassisted entry, operation, and exit, which the stair lifts do not. So that's why we decided to go with an actual chair lift, elevator lift on the exterior. So on these drawings, you can see that our plan is down on the east side, which is the bottom of the plan. The chair lift goes into the areaway and straight into the building. We are proposing extending the masonry opening for the window that is furthest east into a door opening. So this is what it looks like in elevation. And then we have a couple little renderings, a straight on Photoshop rendering with the lift and the extended door, and then one looking west from if you were to approach from the east. Yep, and that's where we are.
Great, thank you. Right, commissioners, do we have questions? I see Commissioner Jefferson has a question. Please go ahead.
Just one technical question. Do you need to have a glass door, or could you put railings there? Is that a code issue, the glass door?
Oh, the little door with the handicap symbol on it that you can see from straight on. Right. I believe that's a code issue. if Andre is on from my office. Andre, are you there? Can you unmute
here.
if you know that?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't know if it's a code issue. This was what was provided by the manufacturer, but we can alter the lift in many different ways, as they told me. I guess that would be an aesthetic choice to keep it the same as the gate next to it. Is that what you're suggesting?
I was suggesting that, and yeah, but correct.
We can look into that with the, if it's not, if we can see if it's provided as an option by the manufacturer.
Okay, other questions? Okay, not seeing other questions, we'll turn to public testimony. Anyone here who would like to speak, please raise your hand. And Lisa, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. We'll start with Landmark West. And please just state your name for the record, and you can start.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee supports accessibility to our landmarks in order to make them available to all New Yorkers. While the alteration to the facade is unfortunate, our committee agrees that this is the most logical solution, which is least obstructive to the landmark. Still, our committee had two concerns. First, there is no documentation of the exterior facade wall at the basement areaway level, where windows may need to be modified. There are dotted lines shown on the right side. Will that window be infilled? Further, there's nothing shown at the areaway level for where the replacement stair is going to be located. Will this secure to the structure or stand independently? Second, there is concern for the residual areaway immediately east of the new lift. The committee asks the applicant to consider a grate at or just below sidewalk level within the areaway and behind the fence in this zone, both for maintenance and safety. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee supports approval of this application.
Great, thank you, Sean. And then the next person we'll call is Michelle P. from Community Board 7. And Michelle, you should be unmuted. And if you'd like, you can start your video and please just state your name for the record.
I think can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please just
Thank
state
you.
your name for the record and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Michelle Parker, co-chair of the Preservation Committee at Community Board 7, where this application comes from. We couldn't find anybody who was against this application. Not that we look for anybody, but we are the board, the full board, as the committee, as well as the full board, as well as the community, to wit, the 79th Street Block Association, approved this application. We were enthusiastic about the fact that the applicant did go to LPC and talk about other ways to allow entry of those who need it into the building. And we were particularly happy that when the person who uses the lift enters the building, they enter the building on the lobby side. They are not excluded from entering the building, just as anybody who doesn't need the lift would do. The one thing that we recommended is that the door to the lift be consistent in design and color to the new main entrance door. But otherwise, this application, this resolution, we approved unanimously. We approve this resolution. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we have Mark Diller also has his hand raised. And Mark, unmuting you, and if you'd like to start your video, you can do that as well. Please just state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm Mark Diller. I'm the chair of Community Board 7. Michelle Parker just gave our full board resolution and did it beautifully, so I have very little to add except for enthusiasm. We heard from numerous neighbors. I should confess that I'm actually one of the neighbors of this handsome building, which is a contributing building to the historic district. There's a little bit of backstory that's worth a moment of your time. This was a former illegal hotel that was sort of incorrigible, that is now being converted to a senior supportive residence. And so it is particularly appropriate that this residence become handicap accessible, ADA compliant. Michelle was absolutely correct. We actually were the subjects of some aggressive community support for this project, even though we didn't need a lot of convincing. And so the rescue of this building and the rescue of its purpose is relevant to the rescue of the facade as is being proposed by the applicant. And so we could not be more enthusiastic about this application. I thank you for the opportunity to share that with you.
Great, thank you very much, Mark. And I do not see anybody else with their hand raised or that has signed up. So I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Rich, do we have any written comments?
Nothing additional that has already been brought up.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so it was very supportive testimony. There was some comment about from Landmark West about sort of more like questions about documentation. So I don't know if the applicants want to respond to that at all, sort of the conditions that are being removed.
I didn't get all of them down, but I thought that the grate at the sidewalk level and the little open space. Oh wait, I remember more of them. That little open space there is a great idea from a maintenance point of view, 100%. That's fantastic. The gentleman from Landmarks West was asking about this dashed in window here, and that's just a dash to show you what's below grade. We're not actually we're not blocking off that window. But there is a window that is further to the east, and Andre, that window is going to be closed off, right?
It can be, yes. Yeah, but
well, it doesn't necessarily have to be,
right,
because the lift goes from grade to the first floor. It doesn't go all the way down, and the structure for the lift is not solid. So our plan was not really to block it off. It doesn't have much of a view. It's building services there. And then the question about the stairs at the areaway on the west, those are going to basically mimic the stairs that we have currently on the east, and they're just, you're going to go in through the gate. They're not necessarily going to be attached to the building. They're going to be steel framed stairs that sit in the areaway of required, they just have to be the required width by code. So we have about roughly 4 feet inside the areaway, maybe 3.5 feet. You can see in the plan that we do show it snugged up against the building over here, but we have steel, it's structural steel, so we don't really anticipate attaching to the building other than with the landing.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions, commissioners, before we move to close the hearing? Okay, not seeing any questions. I think we'll go ahead and make that motion. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
I so motion.
And Commissioner Bland, would you second that?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing is closed, and we're going to now start our discussion. And I think, why don't we start with Commissioner Jefferson? You had a question, so why don't you start us off?
Oh, what did I write here? I think I agree that the location of the lift is appropriate. I did think that perhaps it could fit in, or the color of it could fit in, fit in with the color of the facade. So instead of black, painting it the color of the facade. But I think it's appropriate and it works.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Gustafson?
Let's let's see, two things. One, to echo, I think, some of the testimony, that I think it's terrific that they gave us the alternatives. They actually walked us through each of the three possibilities and the reasoning behind each of them without us having to wring their necks to get it. That was fantastic. I do appreciate that this is the best alternative. I also think that if there is a way to replace that glass door, that'd be terrific with some other material. They can work with staff to figure out if there is something out there that the manufacturer can provide.
Okay.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
I'm in support of the lift. I think it's the best solution here. And I'm not sure about the color issue. I'm actually fine with it as it is proposed. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Holford Smith.
I'm in support of the application, and I think it's a very a good way to make this building accessible. I think that I am in favor of the black color. I think I'm afraid that if the mechanism and the metal is painted a light color, it's going to get beat up over time and not look as well as if it were black. But I think if they could replace that glass panel with the piece of the iron railing that's there, that would be definitely preferable.
Okay. Commissioner Chapin.
I can support it as presented. I think a couple of the suggestions, it might be considered by them, but I can also support it as presented.
Okay. Commissioner Goldblum.
I agree. It's fine as is.
Commissioner Devonshire.
I can support it as is.
And Commissioner Chen.
I agree with the commissioners and the community board.
Okay. Commissioner Bland.
You know, what was it 100 years ago? Every single building has steps to get to the front door. Was nobody ever troubled by these problems of our current era? I don't know. Maybe we're living longer or something. It's befuddling me, though. I mean, I've wanted to make that statement for about 8 years of its commission. I think an elevator or lift is the last resort, but there is no other resort, as the applicant showed us. So I support this.
Commissioner Lutfi.
I think it's appropriate.
Okay, great. So we had a couple of comments about changing the gate to the something more like, or the glass door to something more like a railing, and I think the applicants can explore that. But as is, I think we have 6 votes for approval as is. So I think we'll go ahead and make that motion. And Commissioner Goldblum, would you make that motion?
Sure. Okay. Regarding 117 West 79th Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, the application is to modify a window opening, install a door, and barrier-free access lift. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural character of the Upper West Side Central Park West District. I recommend approval. Finding: the work will accommodate barrier-free access to the raised first floor of the building without disrupting the main entrance portico. That the removal of historic fabric will be limited to the metal gate at the front areaway, the portion of the limestone base below the window opening, and that the work will not otherwise eliminate any significant architectural features. That the existing metal gate will be salvaged, restored, and reused. At a modified portion of the areaway guardrail, that the enlarged opening and new black painted wood and glass door will be well scaled to the facade and subservient to the primary entrance, and will maintain unifying features of the existing punched openings, including their proportions, profiles, and details. That the platform lift will be stored in the down position to minimize its visual presence and not disrupt the facade's composition. That the lift tower and platform have a dark colored finish to match the immediately adjacent windows and doors. The work will not detract from the architectural and historic character of the building. The applicant will work with staff on exploring the options for modifying the material of the front gate.
Okay, and that's explore it. We have an approval as is, but
Oh, sorry about that. I thought that was it.
but we'll ask them to explore that anyway. Okay. Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that motion?
Seconds.
Okay, and Rich, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
11 in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So it's approved as is, but we do encourage you to think about that front-facing glass gate as you develop your plans, and continue to work with the staff if you have come up with other ideas.
Okay, great. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to the next item. It's item number 7, LPC 20-07761, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1251, Lot 15, 311 West 90th Street in the Riverside West End Historic District, a Renaissance Revival style row house designed by Thomas J. Sheridan and built in 1890 to 91. The application is to alter entry doors.
And commissioners, the applicant has joined the hearing. Please state your name for the record and remember to unmute and start your video.
Hi, good afternoon. It's Frank Bostelman for 311 West 90th Street. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, thank you for your time. This basically is for a proposal to the replacement of an existing main entry door and basement entry door for a townhouse, private residence on West 90th Street. And I'm going to flip through the pages here. It should be pretty self-explanatory. So page 2, this is just a rough scope of the work. Basically the front porch level, the main stair, replacing the existing double entry door. That's a wood one that was installed by a developer about 10 years ago with a new main metalwork and glass front entry door. And down on the basement level underneath the front stoop steps, installing a new door there where there's currently a rather rusty metal door that was also installed by the developer about 10 years ago. None of these doors that we're replacing are existing, are original to the building. Just for reference, regarding the rest of the house, the current owner is undergoing a full restoration of the brownstone detailing based on the historic precedent from photos and from existing buildings that were built at the same time and in the same development along the same row, as well as reinstalling existing historic window guards as per documented historic photos, and also a hand railing going up to the step. So this is 4 shots. On the very left is the existing building as kind of put together again by a developer in about 2014 to 16. The second photo is the historic 1940s front elevation. The third photo is the 1980s photo showing that the front stoop had been removed and the front windows had been completely altered. And then basically our proposed elevation drawn up in CAD, which reflects a lot of the brownstone detailing, the gargoyle masks on the keystones above the window and the front door being replaced, being reinstated, along with the rustication detailing, which is has been rather badly done at the moment, as well as kind of an acanthus frieze around the door and various other kind of decorative elements. So this is just a photo of the existing row of buildings. Our one kind of just off second from the right, showing you its kind of placement within the row. You can also see the second building from the left is what is still has all of its historic detailing on it, and lots of that we would be matching. We would be taking casts off the gargoyles and the masks in order to reinstate on ours. Going to the next slide. So currently this is the front door to the house. It's a kind of fairly basic millwork door, poorly waterproofed, so it's already quite degraded, that the owner would like to replace. It's a double door. The opening itself is only 48 inches wide, the stone opening. which means that each leaf is just under 2 feet, which is rather inconvenient. The couple is an elderly couple that live there. Getting in and out of that door kind of requires them always having to open both leaves. And in an ideal world, they are requesting a replacement of for a metal and glass door with one single leaf door, which would allow us kind of a 39-inch clearance, which is a much easier in and out and more usable than having to bend down and try and open a second leaf all the time. And further that, I will be showing a little bit further down the line the historical precedent, because the brownstone next to this house historically also did used to have a metal and iron door, metal and glass door, also single leaf, which I'll touch on in the next slide. Here is a photo of the 1940s tax photo of the right of the building directly next to 311. So this is 309, which shows you that it used to have a metal and glass front door, single leaf. It had 2 very thin side lights. That door over time, that whole stoop has been removed, and a portion of that door was actually repurposed as the new entry door, put down on the basement level. So just to show the context that, you know, in this row that was all built at the same time, already in the 1940s photo, we have this kind of metal and glass door, some of which is still in existence on that building. Touching on the second door, on the far left, you see the existing basement entry door, fairly basic metalwork door that is open. The client would like to enclose the space for better weatherproofing and just climate control somewhat. And we're proposing to put in a millwork door with an upper glass pane. It would also be painted black and basically very subservient to the front door as kind of a second, you know, what would traditionally have been an entry for the staff and service. So we haven't tried to kind of match the language of the two. Here's some photos throughout the neighborhood in the area, 91st Street, 89th Street, 88th Street. These are all photos of various private residential townhouses. Some have obviously been converted into multifamily, but these are all not apartment buildings. They're all brownstones, and just a collection of, you know, that we have the precedent in the neighborhood showing the metal and glass doors. Some of them are single leaf, some of them are double leaf. Some are very highly decorative, and that these are in existence in the proximity of this area. This just relates to some photos of other kind of solid millwork doors in the area. The one on the far right really being more of a success story in terms of kind of what we're looking for is a millwork door that's, you know, painted in black and with an upper glass pane, and is rather a quiet element, as it would have been underneath for a service entry. This allows the client also then to be able to, you know, have a better entry that's weather protected. They also don't live here full time, so they prefer that area to be able to be kept clean as opposed to kind of gather, you know, debris from an open door. So that kind of takes me through my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, not seeing any hands raised. We'll turn to see if there's public testimony. If you're a member of the public and would like to speak on this application, please raise your hand now and we'll recognize you. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, I'll start with Landmark West and should be able to promote you to a panelist.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee found the configuration of the applicant's currently installed non-original doors to be more closely suited to the Landmark's intent than a substitute in a different material, different configuration, and different dimension as is proposed. Further, while the neighbor has repurposed some decorative ironwork, what is proposed at this landmark, number 311, does not match in scroll pattern nor side light configuration to the historic precedent from its Thomas J. Sheridan design neighbor. With any restoration, when information is not available, liberties must be taken. But in this instance, number 315, a B of an ABABA pattern remains true to its tax photo and lights the way with its double wood frame glass doors to the parlor and ornate iron gate at the basement entrance. This proposal further distances itself from the original design intent. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee suggests disapproval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more person who signed up to speak, Reverend Kay Carpin. Reverend Carpin, you just need to turn on your...
There we go.
Yeah.
Am I okay?
Yes.
Yep, please just state your name for the record.
Kay Carpin, Michelle's co-chair of the Preservation Committee, Community Board 7. The Preservation Committee was pleased with this application. We thought that it did display sensitivity to the context of the historic district and the historic precedent, and the suggestions that we made about perhaps were fairly detailed around the door handle being a little bit more historically appropriate on the front door, but we liked the idea of going to a single entry door on top. Had a lot of discussion about the basement door, but in the end felt that it was appropriate. And this opinion was mirrored by the community board with a vote of 35 in favor and 2 opposed. So we feel that this is appropriate to the district.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And I do not see anybody else with their hand up, and nobody else signed up to speak.
All right. And Rich, do we have any written testimony that was submitted?
Nothing additional that hasn't already been discussed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to turn to the applicant and ask if you'd like to respond to some of the comments that were made by, in particular, Landmark West.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on Landmark West. The reference of the necessarily being the house on the left being what it should be based on when the house on the right had the metalwork door. So is the issue that it needs to match exactly the metalwork door if one wanted to go that route? You know, the benefit of the door that we're kind of proposing is that it meets ADA compliance, which currently the double door at 2 feet leaves doesn't. So yeah, so any clarification on that would be appreciated if it's just a case of that this door needs to more closely match the one that was previously on 309.
Okay, but I think what you're saying is your position is that in replacing this door with a single leaf door, you are looking to not evoke or recall the original design, but looking to later replacements that were iron and glass doors that were installed, and not looking to replicate them exactly, but to do something in the spirit of those later replacements.
Trying, yeah, so trying to make a more accessible door pass through, and at the same time, you know, a client's request for the metal and iron doors, and then at the same time touching on some form of precedents that did already exist historically on those row houses to kind of combine those 3 goals.
Okay, and at the basement entry, is the grill that's there now, that's not an original iron grill, right? That's a door framed, a framed gate, right?
Correct. It's an open grill door that the developer who had kind of refurbished this house in about 10 years ago installed. Okay. But it's open, it's not a closed door, so a lot of debris and stuff gathers underneath there.
Okay, I mean, historically, under the stoop, they had open grills, but I believe yours is not historic, as you just stated. It was from about 10 years ago. Okay.
Correct. None of the doors that we are requesting to replace are original to the building. They were all installed in this latest development that happened in about 2014.
Okay, all right. Commissioners, do we have any other questions? Okay. So not seeing any hands raised, I think we'll move to close the hearing. Commissioner Chapin, would you make that motion?
So moved.
And Commissioner Holford Smith, would you second that motion?
Second?
Okay, all in favor of closing the hearing?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. We're looking at two doors, two new entrances, or existing entrances, but new doors for those entrances, one above the stoop and one below the stoop. The applicant has stated they're not removing historic doors or grills to do that, and are at the parlor floor at the top of the stoop looking to recall iron doors that were added later to buildings in a building in this row and perhaps other buildings in the district, and replacing non-historic but still an open grill type door at the basement level with a solid door. So why don't we start with Commissioner Devonshire? Would you kick us off?
Sorry, Sarah, again, you're cutting out. I hope I'm not cutting out. I'm in favor of this. I think both attempts are appropriate.
Okay. And Commissioner Goldblum?
I think that the front door is fine. I think that the understoop door should be a metal grill. It can have glass behind it if they want it to be a weather enclosing door, but that's pretty consistent. I think the doors they showed were not really particularly relevant examples.
Okay, Commissioner Chapin?
I agree. I think that it should be a metal door for the areaway, and the front door, I think a single door is fine, and that the applicant should work with the staff to make sure that the details in framing are commensurate with other, historic replacements of that it's a little more appropriate maybe than, it's a little hard to tell from the elevation, so just to work with the staff on the details.
Okay, Commissioner Holford Smith?
I'm in agreement with the basement door being an iron and glass door. I think that's more appropriate. I'm a little troubled by the proportions of the single leaf door on the stoop. It's a little wide. I think I would prefer to see side lights, but if everyone else feels it's appropriate, I can go along with that as well.
Okay. Commissioner Shamir Baran?
I think both doors are appropriate as designed.
Okay, Commissioner Gustafson?
I'll take Commissioner Goldblum's basement and Commissioner Chapin's main door.
Okay. Commissioner Jefferson?
I think both doors are appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Lutfi?
I think both doors are appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Bland?
Parlor door is fine. It's 39 inches, if to be 36 inches, which would be more standard. You'd have an inch and a half on each side, so there's no room for side lights. So I think it's fine. But the stoop below the stoop is not appropriate, I don't believe, and should be metal and with a glass backup if that's desirable.
Okay, and Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think that with Commissioner Gustafson, the basement one should be the metal one, and then the Diana's comment is appropriate.
Okay, to refine the proportion, the framing details at the stoop, door above the stoop. Okay. All right, so while we have some who were in support of them, both doors, I think the majority would be supportive with the recommendation that the door under the stoop be a metal and glass door, and that the framing be at the stoop, door above the stoop be refined in consultation with the staff. So Commissioner Gustafson, would you make that motion?
Sure. In the matter of LPC 20-07761, 311 West 90th Street in the Riverside West End Historic District, the application is to alter entry doors. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Riverside West End Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, noting that the existing entrance infill is modern and therefore no historic fabric will be lost or damaged as a result of the work. That the placement of the proposed entrance infill recessed from the carved masonry entrance surround is in keeping with the placement of the historic infill. And that although this building historically featured paired wood and glass doors, the design, proportions, and symmetrical arrangement of the single metal and glass door and transom with decorative ironwork are in keeping with other entrances found at buildings in this row. However, I found that the framing of the proposed parlor door is oversized and not well proportioned to the opening, and that the proposed wood door under the stoop is without precedent in this row, is not in keeping with the building style or row house type. Therefore, I recommend that the framing that the applicant work with staff to adjust the framing at the proposed parlor door so that it may be minimized somewhat, and that an iron gate with glazing be installed in lieu of a wooden door under the stoop.
Okay, and Commissioner Chapin, would you second that motion?
Second.
Okay. Rich, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron. Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Okay, 11 in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
All right, thank you. So that's approved with those modifications. And we'll move to the next item.
Next item is number 8. This is LPC 19-34470, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1207, lot 48, 42 West 94th Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. A Queen Anne style row house with Romanesque revival and neo-Grec elements designed by Increase M. Grinnell and built in 1888. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
And Commissioners, the applicants have joined the hearing. Please state your name for the record and remember to unmute yourself and start your video, and you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Russo Panduro from Groves & Co. Architects in New York, and we are presenting the project at 42 West 94th Street as it pertains to the rear facade and penthouse addition to this project. Sorry, oops. Okay, sorry, I'm just working out the toggle here. So what you see there is a tax photo of the house in 1940, and the facade hasn't really changed that much. The stoop was removed way before our time, and we're not really doing anything to the facade, so that's not really a part of today's presentation. Sorry. So just gonna walk you through the location of the site. Is in the Upper West Side on 94th Street between Central Park West and Columbus. Oops. So that is the survey of the property. And on this slide, we show the height of the various properties on the block. As you can see, our property is listed as number 3. The current height of the roof is 45 feet. We're proposing a penthouse addition that is 10 foot tall at 55 feet, as well as a lower rear addition, which is at 33 feet. This is an aerial view of the block. And sorry. And this is another aerial view of the property. The one with the black roof is our property. As you can see here, this is the back facade, which we are presenting today. And it also shows the adjacent properties, most of which are taller than ours. That's another view of the same. And we, a few months ago, we did a mock-up of the penthouse to study visibility, and we took some photographs, which I am sharing with you. So that metal frame structure replicates the outline of the proposed addition, as well as mechanical bulkhead. And we did some view studies once the mock-up was installed. We did some view studies that show that the penthouse addition is not visible anywhere on the street or the adjacent streets. So this is one view showing that. Another view closer in, coming from the east. And then this is a view more from the west side of the street and farther out. As you can see, sorry, come back, our property has, well, basically most of the houses on this row have these rather tall mansard parapets, which also help, I guess, conceal, the addition that, even though it's set back, you cannot really see it from anywhere.
Oh.
And sorry, then next. So now we are on to drawings and renderings. This is an elevation. The second house from the left is the existing rear elevation. So there's a basement and 1 to 3 stories. And this is our proposed elevation. So we are building the penthouse addition that you can see at the top, as well as we're building out only on the basement, first and second floor. The third floor is staying as it is, with the facade and the windows the way they currently are. These are the proposed plans. You can see the basement, first floor and second floor. Showed in gray are the portions that we are extending. There was already an existing L in the building, so we're basically completing the L. And then on the third floor, we are not extending the facade, and of course, neither on the roof. This section shows again, where we are extending the L in the back and the penthouse. This is just a quick section showing that the addition is not visible from the street, like the previous pictures already confirmed. Some details of the parapet. We try to keep the parapets in the back facade as low as possible, so that there is less bulk added to it. And then what we did is we did a fairly light railing that is set back. Sorry, there is no railing on this floor, because this is not occupied. On the actual roof, which is this slide, you can see that there is a railing for the roof terrace, but it is set back from the parapet. And the same detail applies to the parapet up on the actual roof above the penthouse. We are required by DOB to have this parapet because the penthouse roof will be serviced for mechanical purposes. This this is a quick SketchUp study of the existing back facades of the block. So you can see our house has the black frame windows, just drawn to highlight it more, but they are not different than most of the others in the block. And then what we are proposing, you can see there that at the top floor, the back facade is kept, and we are adding a small addition on the lower levels. We work with the Landmarks team, Dean and Jared, at the staff level to get this proposal to what we all think is the most appropriate. So the addition has mostly brick with punch openings. They are larger openings. But we think that we still kept a sort of brick overall reading of the back facade. Oops, oh, sorry. That's a not more, another view of the same that shows there is a staircase from the parlor floor to the backyard, which is not uncommon. And again, we are replicating the same brick that is existing. So we are in the addition, we're using the same brick. We are hoping to even use the reclaimed brick from the demolition of the existing facade, or at least match it as close as possible. The new windows are steel with some mullions. We wanted to keep the balance between modern and historical. So they are definitely modern windows. It has some mullions, which we think are respectful of the scale of the surrounding area. And the fence is an Ipe fence. And then the last slide shows the penthouse addition. Like I said, it is not visible from 94th Street nor from 93rd Street either. And you can see there the tall mansard parapet, I guess, on the front facade, as well as the back. And that's it.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, not seeing any hands raised. We'll see if we have any public testimony. If there's anyone from the public who'd like to speak, please raise your hand and we'll call you one at a time. And I'll turn it over to Lisa now.
Okay, we'll start with Reverend Kay Carpin. And Reverend Carpin, have unmuted you, or you should be ready to go.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, briefly, the Community Board 7 did not approve this application by a narrow vote of 16 to 14 with 7 abstentions. I think the Preservation Committee, I'm the co-chair again of the Preservation Committee, we felt well, nobody had any problems with the rooftop addition as far as I can recall. The problem is the rear yard in a block that already has considerable incursion on the rear yards, the donut of this block, because of Columbia Grammar and Columbia Prep. I guess our committee felt like, well, it's already damage already done, and this compared to that is pretty reasonable. The full board balked at that, and so they voted to not approve this because of the size of the rear yard addition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next I'll call Mark Diller, also Community Board 7. And
good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Diller, I'm the chair of Community Board 7. I thank my colleague Kay Carpin for presenting the failed resolution in effect. If I may, this application has changed since we saw it, and for the better. Obviously, we can't opine differently than what our full board voted for, but a number of the concerns that the full board noted in turning around the committee's resolution were that, as originally presented, the fenestration in the rear yard addition, the modern fenestration, if you will, proceeded all the way to the top of the building, and as a full height, full width, modern attachment to this building. It was the conversation at full board, obviously we did not turn this resolution around into one of disapproval, in part because this was our first Zoom full board meeting and there were certain limits of time and technology. But the conversation there was about the difference between the typical top floor of a modified rear yard addition that would preserve the common plane with the buildings to the left and right, with punched windows instead of the modern. And this, I just note, without being able to opine, that the current application before you addresses that concern. I will echo what my colleague Kay said about the rooftop addition. We were particularly, the conversation both at full board and at the committee focused on the half width or not full width nature of the rooftop addition as a positive in terms of not overwhelming the original building. So I hope that explains our our somewhat unusual vote and the context of this resolution. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, that was helpful.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Okay, next we'll bring in Landmark West.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee found this to be among the most composed drawing sets we've reviewed and wanted to thank the applicant for a thoughtful, considered presentation, which only bodes well for the other changes planned within. While the committee feels strongly about doglegs in the donut, this block has been heavily altered and the applicant's proposal is comparatively restrained, with its retention of masonry cheek walls and sills. Similarly, the rooftop addition is set back, not full width, in a variant material and non-visible from the street. The committee's one question related to the run of the exterior staircase from the parlor level to the rear yard. The new volume of the building and balcony already extends further into the rear donut than the former dogleg. This is before the addition of a new stair. The committee hopes the applicant will be open to considering a spiral stair or switchback stair to reduce the projection into the yard and protect the privacy of their neighbors. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee suggests approval of this application with slight modifications. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sean. Okay, next, call in Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. Kelly, you should be ready.
Yeah, I'm just trying to minimize my screen so I can read my testimony because Zoom likes to take over the whole screen. Okay, Kelly Carroll for Historic Districts Council. The proposed rear yard addition will be the first residential full-width 3-story extension in this row of homes who all retain their original Ls. HDC suggests preserving some of this historic rhythm and volume by either dropping a 3rd story or building an additional story atop the existing L to preserve the width. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kelly. Okay, and then next we have Darnley Stewart. Okay, Darnley, I am unmuting you, and if you'd like, you can start your video. Please just state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Darnley Stewart. I'm president of the 9G Cooperative, which is a cooperative building on 93rd Street between Columbus and Central Park West. We have about 30 units here. I'm joined on the call today by my neighbor, Ken Tabachnik, who's Vice President of the board. We, on behalf of our building, our neighbors, notwithstanding the changes since we saw the pictures at the community board meeting, still oppose the proposed alterations to the building. Commissioners, if you look at the aerial photo of the subject property on 94th Street, which is on slide 8 of the applicant's presentation, the applicant showed that slide right before my remarks or before all the other comments. You'll see that our neighbors whose apartments are on the north side of the building are directly across from the property in question. In fact, I can look out my window right now and see it. And you'll see in that aerial photograph, it's slide 8, the narrow urban yard between our building and the backs of the traditional row houses across from us. This is our common, this is a common garden that our building created and enjoys. And you can see that the skylights of some of our neighbors and the balconies of our neighbors look directly down on the subject property onto the rooftop and into the yard. We're not architects, so I'll speak as a layperson when I say that even with these changes, since we saw the schematics previously, our objection generally is that the proposed additions to the back and roof of the building are out of character with the surrounding traditional row houses, and the rear of the building will no longer retain the scale and character of a traditional row house. Instead, it seems to us to resemble something more like a portion of a modern building with nearly now an entire wall of steel and floor-to-ceiling windows, which in our mind creates sort of a fishbowl, both for frankly, the owners of the building, the applicant, and for people in our building, people on the north side, people who have these balconies, and the children and families who enjoy the garden. And I can tell you that this garden has been a lifesaver for the kids in the building these last couple months. So this is evident if you compare just the rendering of the existing rear facade, which appears at slide 26, with the proposed rendering of the alterations, which appears at slide 27. You can just see that the character of the building will completely change from a traditional row house into a modern building with windows that are much larger than what's currently in the building, and which will look, that fence is the back of our, faces right directly onto our common garden. So I noticed, I know that Reverend Carpin mentioned it and Landmark West representative mentioned it, but
Stanley, I'm sorry, if your 3 minutes are up, if you could just wrap up.
Oh, sure. The neighborhood has been heavily altered by the incursion of Columbia Prep and Columbia Grammar, and the interest of our neighbors and our neighborhood is that no further incursion occur.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have one more person with their hand up who also signed up to speak, which is Ken Tabachnik. And Ken, I'm unmuting you, and if you'd like, you can start your video. Please just state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address this proposal. I won't go into a lot of detail because my colleague, sorry, did I introduce myself? I'm Ken Tabachnik, and I'm the Vice President of the 9G Cooperative. As my colleague, Ms. Stewart, indicated, most of our concerns, I just want to emphasize that as Reverend Carpin indicated and Ms. Stewart indicated, there's been quite a lot of construction and change on the 94th, 93rd, 92nd Street block over the past decade or 15 years because of Columbia Grammar's extension or expansion. There's been construction at the west end of the block, building out to the property line, which I know is not a landmarks issue. So we're very interested in retaining the existing urban character. And we think that this is really quite a large incursion into it. The main sort of objections or concerns we have, as Ms. Stewart mentioned, is the fenestration on the materials on the rear addition are not in keeping with the unique urban sort of yard nature of the traditional townhouses. And then, of course, the last thing is that, as my colleague also indicated, we feel that this will impact greatly on the experience of our cooperators who face the building in terms of their privacy and living experience. I think with that, I will close and say thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much for your testimony. And I do not see anybody else with their hand raised. I think we're good.
Okay, thank you. Rich, do we have any written testimony that has not already been presented?
Nothing that hasn't already been presented.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now I'd like to turn to the applicant and ask if you'd like to respond to some of the comments that have been made. I know you have largely support from Landmark West, and I think that the Preservation Committee of the Community Board, although not the full committee, but we've heard that you've addressed some of their concerns. And but then there have been issues raised by neighbors. So if you could address those, that would be great.
Yes. Well, first we did get an approval from CB7 on April 7th, and I was a little bit confused by one of the commenters because I have an email here from them. They dated April 7th, and the vote was 15 in favor, 14 against, 7 abstentions.
Yeah, I think what happened, the Preservation Committee, subcommittee approved it, but then the full board disapproved it, largely because of the glazing at the rear facade, which you've addressed by reducing the amount of glazing and adding brick spandrels in between.
Right. Yeah, that's what I want to clarify, that since that was presented, we have addressed a lot of the concerns, and we hope that this is an acceptable proposal. We do think that that yes, it is an addition, but we think that it's a nice aesthetic addition to this building. It's something that is not unpleasant to look at, and we'll be happy to work with the staff on the stair issue. That's something that we had not heard before, but we can certainly study that.
Okay, yeah, I think Landmark West suggested a spiral stair. I believe your deck or balcony aligns with the neighboring addition, but it's the stair that projects. Okay. Commissioner Jefferson, do you have a question?
Yes, I had a question about the stair. In the donut, are there any other buildings with a stair like that, or it's only your building? Because I only got partial view of the donut. Perhaps if you go to the view looking down, I just wanted to make sure that, to see if other buildings had that extensive a stair coming down from the there are not too many stairs. So. Oh, okay. Okay, there's a couple of fire stairs from the school. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, other questions? Commissioner Chapin?
Yes, if we could just go to the rear elevation. It appears that there are 3 buildings in a row, and the last building at the end appears to be slightly higher at the roof than the other 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the 3 buildings at the end there, the 3rd floor windows seem to match up and be very similar in the 1st floor, 2nd floor. The 4th floor, the buildings in the middle building appear to be higher than the adjacent buildings. In other words, the ones in the middle look to be shorter and higher than the ones on each side of it. That's also correct? I mean, that's a condition. I'm just trying to understand how these buildings work together, but anyway, I guess my question is, given how these buildings are aligned, would you have, why didn't you have the parapet match up when you raised it to the adjacent building that has a raised parapet already?
We were, the LPC recommended that we keep the parapet as low as possible. So we just, all we did was, we had to put some mechanical on the new roof that is going there, but we kept the windows the way they are. But of course, there is a slight increase. If you can see, yeah, there. The slight increase there is to cover the existing, the new roof, because there's mechanical there. So, but we kept it as low as possible. So you can see that is slightly higher than the one on the left, but still lower than the one on the right, and certainly much lower than the other adjacent properties, which are a whole story taller on average.
Okay, and the top floor windows remain in the current location, which actually aligns with the building to your right with the taller parapet.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Bland?
Thank you.
I didn't study the floor plans. This is a single family house, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. I'm wondering why you need that stair in the rear at all. Why is it necessary to go out on the balcony and then down? Why don't you do that internally? I think that stair is an intrusive element into the landscape that kind of screws up the privacy issues of neighbors.
What is called the first floor, about the lower level is that you see here is the basement.
Right.
The floor is the first floor, or normally called the parlor floor. That is their living room. So the owner expressed a desire to be able to get to the garden from the living room. Like I said, I had not heard concerns about this particular stair, but we're happy to look at it. But the reason why we had it is so that it was just for convenience for them to be able to access the garden from the parlor.
Right. Well, they can still make that same movement, but just do it internally. Particularly now, I see it's a great big open 3-story open well. Yeah. Well, anyway, so that's a question. I got the answer. I'll have to comment later on it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Other questions? Okay, not seeing any other questions, I think we should move toward our closing the hearing and beginning our discussion. So Commissioner Bland, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Okay. Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that motion?
Did you hear me?
No.
Second.
Your second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed and we're going to begin our discussion. This is a block we're familiar with, as we did review the proposal for the rear yard addition at Columbia Grammar, which replaced a different rear yard addition. And we did note at that time that this was had a sort of altered and varied context. So this proposal, we're looking at the combination of rooftop and rear yard addition. The rooftop addition is not visible from anywhere, but does result in adjusting the parapet height. So I think that's something we'll want to think about which building we want to align with. And then in terms of the rear yard addition, there are other additions of this height, and this one is set back behind the plane of adjacent L's, but as we've discussed, the stair does come out in front of that. So that's something to think about. And why don't we start with Commissioner Bland? Would you like to start?
Sure. I think I'm fine with it as presented, except for that stair. And frankly, it may be this drawing that is making the stair so clearly inappropriate. Had we not seen the drawing, I'm not sure we would have picked this up. But yeah, I just think the stair either should be, I think it should be eliminated myself, and just make that movement internally within a grand living space. That's what I think.
Okay.
Otherwise, okay.
Okay. Commissioner Lutfi?
So I think overall, this project is absolutely fine. You know, it's not different in many ways from projects that we approve all over the place. I mean, there's no question that the integrity of this backyard space has been diminished by, you know, by the Columbia Prep additions. And I feel like the architect has done a very thoughtful and tasteful job of putting this together. And there's a lot of glass back here, but it doesn't feel bad because of the brick spandrels in between, and also because of the use of metal both horizontally and vertically on these windows. I feel like, you know, this whole issue with the steps, I feel that the applicant should be able to have steps from the parlor floor. And if maybe they're a little obtrusive, and I think that they should work with staff to see if there's a way to pull them back a bit. And in terms of the parapet, my sense is that maybe it should align more with the building on the right. But otherwise, I think it's a good job.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Yes, my criteria for approval is, as you cannot see the building from the street, and the existing donut facades are all varied, I find it appropriate. I do think the stair is too, it's the proportion of it somehow. Maybe it's the drawing, as Commissioner Bland said, but it probably better removed and use the interior stairs for access to the backyard.
Okay. Commissioner Gustafson?
I agree with Commissioner Bland entirely.
Okay. Commissioner Shamir Barron?
Yes, I agree as well. It's the stair that's, I think, draws the most attention to itself. The glazing on the rear is something that we've approved before and I support. I think I might also have, despite the fact that it's not visible, some problem with, and it might be the representation, with the roof, the glazing on the roof and its sort of full wall height. That just feels wrong, even if no one can see it unless other people are on the roof. So I would propose some modification of that. And a stair is possible, but and in terms of the rear yard, but perhaps hugged up against the building itself in the form of a spiral. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Holford Smith?
I agree with a lot of the comments that have already been said. I agree that that stair down to the garden seems to be overwhelming. So if they could work to make it a spiral or some kind of a switchback stair, I think that would be okay. And if that doesn't work, then I would be fine with eliminating it. I also think that the addition, the rooftop parapet wall should be set back from the original roof line so that the roof line of the original building can read more legibly.
Okay. Commissioner Chapin?
Yes, I agree with the other commissioners. I think on this, in general, this is very much like projects we've approved, and I find it approvable. And I think it would be improved by the removal of the stairs or moving them indoors, rather, or failing that, bringing them closer to, having it closer to the building. But I think a simple solution would be just to have an interior stair.
Okay, but you would be okay with modifying it as well to bring it tighter to the building? Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd have to imagine, I was thinking of it sideways rather, maybe, or something.
Sideways or spiral. And the only reason I'm sort of pushing it is because I think that, you know, decks from above the basement level from the parlor floor are often something we can approve at staff level anyway. So while we're looking at this, I thought, given that maybe there's a way to improve this beyond what might have otherwise been approved at staff level. Okay. Commissioner Goldblum?
I'm okay with the stair, actually. I think that the applicant suffers because the drawing is taken from this particular vantage point. I think that we've approved lots of stairs like this. Although if everyone feels that want to change it or remove it, I certainly would not object to that. The only comment I have is I think the parapet should either stay as it is with a setback or match the building to the right, as Jeannie suggested. And the one comment that I do feel somewhat strongly about is I think that the use of a thin brick for much of this is not appropriate. We try to, as a rule, avoid using thin brick. It's a relatively impermanent material, and for a landmark building or landmark district building, it's best to try to stick with historically appropriate materials.
Okay. Commissioner Devonshire?
I'm okay with the rear stair. I agree. I think it's the depiction that messes it up. I'm also not in favor of the thin brick.
Okay. And Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I agree with most of the comments. I agree the thin brick may not sustain or last long. And if there's support for aligning the top of the building with adjustment for the parapet, I can go for that. I do agree that the stair is somewhat too bulky and maybe too prominent, and maybe it's because of the rendering or the way it is illustrated, but I leave it up to the majority to decide. Okay.
And on the parapet, your comment was to align with one or the other, or either one?
Yeah, Commissioner Harold Smith made a comment, either you want to tuck it in, or there was an earlier comment about aligning, I think it was Lufty, right. Commissioner Lufty, with aligning with the building on the right hand.
Okay, either way, but right now it's kind of neither. It's just sort of in between. Okay. All right, so I think that what we have is a consensus to approve the rooftop and rear yard addition in terms of height and size and design, but that we recommend a modification that the parapet align with either the buildings to the left or the building to the right, but pick one, and that the stair be reduced and pulled in either by doing a spiral stair or switchback, or doing it internally. But I think we have enough votes for doing a stair that's pulled in, which I think would be more consistent with what our rules would allow. So with that, I think
we get the thin brick thing in there, you think?
And the thin, I think we should, the material should be restudied in consultation with the staff to be consistent with the context, is how we'll do that. So I'll go ahead and do that motion, since there's a few tweaks here. Okay, this is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number, sorry, I've got the wrong one up. Docket number LPC 19-34470, 42 West 94th Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, a Queen Anne style row house with Romanesque revival and Neo-Grec style elements, designed by Increase M. Grinnell and built in 1888. This is an application to construct rooftop and rear yard additions, and I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the rooftop and rear yard additions will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the cumulative effect of the added volume of the rooftop addition combined with the rear yard addition will not overwhelm the building or surrounding buildings, that the proposed rooftop addition will be set back from the front and rear facades, thereby helping to maintain a sense of the building's original massing, that the design and materiality of the rooftop addition featuring standing seam metal cladding and punched window openings and punched window and door openings will be in keeping with the variety of materials found at rooftop accretions within the historic district, that the proposed rear yard addition will be consistent with the projection of existing rear additions within the block and therefore will not eliminate a rear yard or detract from the central green space, that the plane and fenestration pattern of the rear facade of the upper floor of the rear facade will remain intact, thereby preserving the relationship between this building and the adjacent buildings in the row, that the height of the rear addition rear additions on this block is varied, and the 3-story height of this addition will not overwhelm the building or its context, that the composition of the rear facade will maintain the scale and character of this house, that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building and the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. However, I find that the parapet height is neither relating to the two buildings to the right or the building to the left, one building to the right or the two buildings to the left, and creates a disruption in a otherwise uniform row, and that the projection of the stair into the rear yard is excessive and could be restudied, and that the thin brick material is not consistent with materials found within this context, and therefore I recommend that the parapet align with either the building to the right or the building to the left, that the stair be restudied in consultation with the staff to pull it in closer to the facade, and finally that the applicants revisit the materials in consultation with the staff to better relate to the context. And Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that motion?
Second.
Okay, Rich, will you call the vote?
Yes, and I apologize. The one train seems to go right by every single time we call for a vote. Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire. Commissioner Devonshire.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Okay, 11 in favor, none opposed, the motion carries.
Okay, that's approved with those modifications, and we'll move to the last item of the day.
Okay, next and last is item number 9, LPC 20-02401, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1882, Lot 8, 535 West 110th Street in the Morningside Heights Historic District. The Renaissance Revival style apartment building designed by Robert T. Lyons and built in 1922 to 23. And the application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows.
And commissioners, the applicants have joined the hearing. Please note that staff will be presenting this proposal. And you may begin.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Marie Garino, preservation staff. So I will be taking you through this proposal, but 2 members of the co-op board, Jill Shapiro and Stephen Goldschmidt, are here to answer questions. The item before you is for 535 West 110th Street in the Morningside Heights Historic District. The building is located on the north side of the street between Broadway and Amsterdam Avenue, and the application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of 1/1 windows. The historic tax photograph shows that the building originally had multi-light windows, 6/6 or 4/4, depending on the size of the opening. Almost all of the historic windows were replaced with 1/1 double hung metal windows by the time of designation, and that is still in condition today, as we can see in these photos of the facades. Please note that a portion of the facade is visible from Broadway near 111th Street. The only remaining historic windows are these 3 stained glass windows in the lobby that face the rear of the building. These are not part of the proposed master plan, but they do show us the historic brick mold profile. And the applicant is proposing to replicate that profile with metal panning. Here we have the existing and proposed elevation and section drawings. There is some evidence that the windows were originally a dark green color. The applicant is proposing a dark brown finish to match what is existing. And the next few slides are examples of buildings of a similar age type and style designed by the same architect as the subject building that were originally designed with 1/1 windows. 135 West 79th Street, 903 Park Avenue, 993 Park Avenue, and 1155 Park Avenue. And we have an appendix with some additional information. Here you can see the deteriorated condition of the wood brick molds under the existing metal panning, and you can see that green color. And then we just have another photograph of the existing windows. Again, 2 members of the co-op board are here to answer any questions you have for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. All right, do we have any questions for the applicants at this time? Okay, not seeing any hands raised. Oh, I do see a hand. Commissioner Lutfi, please go ahead.
I just want to know how many windows are there in the building?
You know, I don't even, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Honestly,
Could you also just state your name for the record?
Yes, hi, I'm Jill Shapiro and I'm the board president, and I'm here with Stephen Goldschmidt, who's also on the board. I don't know how many windows are actually in the building. We have about 100, we have 139 units, but because of combined units, the actual number of units is lower than 139. So I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question, the exact number of windows.
Hi, this is Steve Goldschmidt, but all of the residential windows are a uniform 1/1 configuration at the present time.
And they were so prior to designation. May I add another comment?
Of course.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention that prior to designation and obviously after, whenever where original details and architectural features were in trouble, we endeavored to replace them and improve them or restore them instead of destroy them. For example, we had an 8-foot piece of our cornice fall off the building some time back, and one of the options presented to us, a very less expensive option, was to just get rid of the rest of the cornice and build up the parapet wall, which we did not do. We chose the more expensive route, but to preserve the gorgeous cornice of this building, which is stunning. Same with our interior vestibule ceiling. We had a leak and there was considerable damage, but it's a stunning ceiling. We opted to have, instead of just plaster over the entire thing, we did have a plaster restoration company come and take molds, and we've restored that ceiling. It's gorgeous. We did that in 2014. So we care about what the building looks like, and therefore we would like to maintain the uniformity of the exterior of the building.
Right, and if I may add, we provided a letter to Ms. Corino from the former owner of the building, who acquired the building in 1978, and upon its acquisition began the process of replacing the windows. So what is here in the building has been there for nigh on to 40 years already. So unlike the other presentations which we've been watching on YouTube until our time came up, we're not looking to seek approval to add anything or change anything, just to maintain what has been there for well over 40 years so far. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, not seeing any other questions. We will now see if there's anyone who'd like to speak on this application from the public. If you are here to testify on this item, please raise your hand.
Sarah, nobody signed up to speak on this item?
And it doesn't look like anyone is raising their hand. Okay. Rich, do we have any written testimony?
We just have a resolution from CB9 recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any final comments before we move to close the hearing from either commissioners or the applicants? Okay. All right, so I'm going to suggest we go ahead and move to close the hearing. And Commissioner Gustafson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Chapin, would you second that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed and we're going to begin our discussion. And, you know, I think we have seen a number of these and we all sort of understand that this has been an evolving process at the commission over decades. And we talk about this, I think, with every application about the commission's history of approving replacement windows of a different configuration in applications for master plans. All of the windows were replaced prior to designation, all or the majority of them. And I think, you know, where we have come to at this point is that the commission has approved master plans for 1/1 windows when the building has enough style or ornament or decorative features that support the style without the window configuration, and also finding that in buildings of this age and type, they did sometimes have this 1/1 configuration. And then the other reason is because usually those buildings are a hodgepodge of windows, and the goal is to get a uniform window, and in some cases in lieu of returning the historic configuration. And this is a little bit different in that this building has a uniform fenestration pattern, of 1/1 fenestration pattern, and that has been in place for almost half of the building's life, and certainly since designation. So this is a case where a master plan to return the historic configuration would actually reverse a uniform condition. So it's a little bit of a different twist or take on the situation that we usually are evaluating when the building comes to us with no historic windows but a hodgepodge of replacements, and we're sort of choosing uniformity or continuing non-uniformity to get back a historic configuration over time. So I think it's an interesting take for us to think about this now, and an interesting different set of circumstances. So with that, I'm going to start the discussion, and why don't we start with Commissioner Bland?
I'd like to listen to others at this
Okay.
point.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'll just go down. Commissioner Lutfi?
I'm sorry for starting with me because I always feel like on these things, I'm the lone voice. And, you know, I do feel that this is a situation where no matter what the building was, it's now 100% 1/1. And it's consistent, which is unbelievable. And not only that, the building wants to maintain consistency. The reason why these windows, one of the reasons why these windows, and I can speak to this as a board member of a co-op that is doing a window master plan right now, and because of real estate, the reason why these windows are always up here for so long and don't get changed is because it's a very expensive proposition. I'm laying that out because what that means is that, you know, buildings generally don't change their windows all at once. They develop a master plan so that the shareholders have a guideline for them to use, and it makes it easier for them and for us to change the windows over time. So I am in favor of this particular proposal, because should we go back, it would take a lifetime or more to go back to the windows as they were prior to designation, well prior to designation. So I'm in favor.
Okay. All right. And we'll go right around to Commissioner Jefferson.
I'm in favor, but I also am quite surprised how they decided to keep that wonderful shadow detail rather than just avoiding a nice detail like that. So I'm in favor.
Okay. Commissioner Gustafson.
Well, somebody's got to start this. I'm not in favor, and you know, it's for me, it's forever right or forever wrong, and maybe I plan on living longer than Commissioner Lutfi. I think that the I don't mind the I would recommend that there be a multi-light configuration at the top and over one single pane at the bottom, it does not disturb me to have that inconsistent for a period of time. I think that these windows are not going to last another 50 years. So over time it will come out, and in particular because I appreciate the cornice, but looking at this particular picture, as you can see, there's not much else going on this building. So I'm not in favor.
Okay, Commissioner Shamir Baran.
The tough one. I'm typically someone who supports returning the windows to the original configuration. I think, and I'm tending towards that in this case. I think that what's unusual about this building is the length of its facade. I mean, the size, and there is something about that size and the fact that it's, you know, that it's currently it's not just uniform, but it's giantly uniform. So there's something about the scale and the size that sort of allows the windows to read almost smaller or less dominant. It's hard to articulate it. In any event, I think it could actually work for it to remain or to continue to not be multi-light. It's just, I think that the quality of the windows there now are shabby and are and you know, that's what distinguishes or separates this building from a sort of similar building, say 72nd Street or 79th Street, that the quality of the windows. So I'm more about sort of like how, in this case, the quality of the windows, not so much their multi-light configuration. And so maybe we can speak to that a little bit and what it would mean to enhance the quality of the window, even if it were to be non-multi-light and double hung, single pane.
Okay, and I think, Corey, do you want to just quickly remind us what the panning, does it recall the brick mold profile?
I'm trying to open up the presentation on my laptop while Edith may look for it, but my understanding is that it would improve upon the existing flat panning condition by introducing the small bead detail that is more consistent with the historic profile.
Okay.
There, you can see that up on the screen right now.
Yeah.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
I've also been struggling, so I'm kind of glad to hear a few different opinions before my turn to speak, because normally I would be in the Commissioner Gustafson camp of, you know, you should return the building to what its original configuration was. But I think that in this case, because of the sheer scale of the building, as Adi was saying, that even though there is very little ornament, very little detail on the facade, just the sheer scale of it can support the 1/1. And I think given the fact that it has been that for 40 years, and looking at it, like I said, I think I can find it appropriate, especially
Okay.
since they're doing this nice profile panning, and skyline windows are very good windows.
Okay, great. Commissioner Chapin?
I think in this case that I could approve the 1/1 because there is a fair amount of detail on this building, but not only the corners, but the balconies and the lighter brick corners, the detail on that, the horizontal divisions that exist, I think help to create a building which could be really okay with the 1/1s that are all over the are the universal on the building right now. So I think there's enough going on this building that I could be comfortable with approving it as presented.
Okay, Commissioner Goldblum?
I'm with John, surprisingly perhaps. I think that this building is a fairly unadorned type and is completely consistent with other cases where we have required the applicant to go back. And I know that John is not requiring them to go back to the historic condition, and I would agree with him that a 6/1 would be acceptable. If they wanted to do 6/6, that'd be okay too, but a 6/1 would be acceptable. I think that that Adi's and Ann's comments about scale are true, but I know this building a little bit, and you don't experience that scale on the pedestrian level. You really feel it as a fabric that you're passing by, and I think that the purpose of asking buildings, requiring buildings to reintegrate this level of detail is because this is the level of detail that the architect integrated into the original design. And I think that lacking that detail is a significant absence in the building's architectural design. And I think that it's, in the past, we've discussed the fact that it's an appropriate trade-off to lose uniformity for a period of time in the hope that eventually, in someone's lifetime or other, the building will return to both uniformity and to the original design, and that our stewardship should look towards that long-term goal.
Okay, Commissioner Devonshire. Oops, sorry.
Wait, am I muted? Okay, I'm unmuted. Looking at the photograph on the screen right now, it says it all to me that detail and the decoration and the real meat of this facade is the windows. And to me, it has to go back to the multi-light over one, that not necessarily because it was the architect's intentions, although it was, the windows seem to be 40, almost 50% of the area of the facade of this building. And that's where the beauty is, and that's where the is. And you can just do it, or you can do it right. And if it takes a number of years to have it done right, then that's what we need to do.
Okay, and Commissioner Chen. Oops, Commissioner Chen. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay.
and maybe if you just speak a little closer to the.
Okay. Yes. So I'm more in line with Anne, and I just want to refresh my memory as to what is the appropriate standard that in cases like this, when the time of designation is in one condition, and then we typically, how do we judge cases like these? I seem to recall we tend to have, in this case, accept the application as is, unless there are very unusual circumstances that we ask the applicant to go back to restore it, to get back to as close as possible to what the original design.
Yeah, so, the commission has a long history of reviewing windows at large apartment buildings in many districts, and for decades now. And I think that, 10 and 20 years ago, when the commission was asked to approve a window configuration that did not match the historic configuration, the commission approved that when the building had all of its windows, or the majority of its windows, replaced prior to designation. And typically that meant that there was a mismatch of windows on the building, and when the profiles would be improved upon, and as a master plan, so that the long-term goal would be to get a better window with a better profile, and uniformity, which was typically not the case in these applications, and in lieu of returning the historic configuration. And the idea was sort of that it seemed maybe unrealistic that the building would get back to the original configuration, and that that doing it as a master plan with better details and a 1/1 as opposed to a single pane window would return enough articulation and integrity to the facades. And then in more recent years, many commissioners have been taking a longer term view, and particularly in proposals for master plans, have asked for the windows to either return to the original multi-light configuration or something close to it, like a multi-light in the upper sash with a single light in the lower sash, even if it means the building may not get to a uniform fenestration pattern for a long period of time. And the way that, as in recent applications, trying to sort of reconcile that and make sure that we're applying consistent standards, the commission has started to define, when a 1/1 might be appropriate and when returning to the multi-light configuration may be appropriate. And kind of some of the parameters or the defining characteristics that we focused on are how decorative the building is, and how much ornament there is. Does the building style stand on its own without the windows? Sort of how prominent the building is. And so, it's something that we've been reviewing on a case-by-case basis. There isn't one answer, although we've done it both ways, certainly in recent months. And I think what we've heard around the table today is a reflection of that, those sort of mixed opinions, and some people finding sort of that the building doesn't have enough ornament to really stand on its own, and others finding that even though it's fairly simple, it's large scale, and I think in some ways allow the 1/1 window to, the large scale supports the 1/1 window. And so with that, I think, that's where we are. We have a mixed set of opinions right now, so we're up to you. And I apologize, I have background noise. Hold on.
And Sarah, if I can just add in that the one thing, just everything you said is historically correct, and I think, summed it up very well. But I just think it's important to remember at the most fundamental level, these cases are 1/1 in this case. It's a type of window that would have been appropriate, is appropriate for this style and age building. It so happens it wasn't used by the architect, but one of the always sort of underlying principles is that it easily could have been. And so it's just something else that sort of underlies this discussion. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay. Thank you both for that clarification. That's what I thought, and that's why I agree with Anne. I think is in light that the applicant is also keeping that molding, and I think that is helpful.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and Commissioner Bland, we're back to you.
I had the benefit of having that incredible discussion summarized by by our chair. I think that was a beautiful rendition, actually, going around the table like this. This is probably the longest recurring, less settled, let's say, piece of appropriateness that I know of in the Landmark Commission's history. It goes back and forth and back and forth. And even around this table right now, it's back and forth. So it's a confusing issue for us. I would certainly grant that there are certain buildings, and occasionally I have been in the camp that says, go back to the original. But for the most part, I think when we have uniformity, it says a lot. And I think Mark's recent, just now spoken aspect that it's almost never inappropriate that a 1/1 is inappropriate. So I'm persuaded in this case that the uniformity is important. The 40 years plus of this 1/1 is part of the history of the building. So I can be persuaded that going with the 1/1 is adequate. And I think that brick mold is a tiny little piece of it, but it does help that the brick mold has that detail. So there I am.
All right. So where I think we are is we have, as we continue to grapple with these, and that's reflected in our discussion that's been mixed around the table. I believe we do have more than 6 in support of this application, largely because of the fact that it's uniform now and that uniformity is important. The panning will be an improvement, and that the scale of the building really can handle a 1/1, and that 1/1s may have, could have been used in a building of this age and style. So with all of that, I'm going to ask Commissioner Lutfi to read the motion.
Sure. In the matter of docket 20-02401, 535 West 110th Street, Morningside Heights Historic District. The Renaissance Revival style apartment building designed by Robert T. Lyons and built in 1922-23. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Morningside Heights Historic District. I also note that almost all of the windows were replaced prior to designation. I recommend approval, finding that all of the historic multi-light windows, except for a few stained glass windows at the rear court, which will be retained, were replaced with 1/1 double hung aluminum windows with a brown finish in the early 1980s. Therefore, the building has a consistent 1/1 fenestration for almost 40 years. That the proposed windows will recall the historic windows in terms of operation and details, and will restore the profile brick molds which are currently concealed by flat panning. That the proposed 1/1 configuration will be in keeping with the configuration of historic windows often found at Renaissance Revival style buildings of this type and age, including some designed by the same architect as this building, and that the design of the building's facades featuring ornamental string courses, balconies, and cornices can support a simplified window configuration, and that the establishment of this master plan will support the uniformity of the building's fenestration over time.
Okay, and Commissioner Shamir Barron, would you second that motion? Oh, sorry, she's on mute. Okay.
Second.
All right. And Rich, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll.
Aye.
Commissioner Bland.
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Denied.
Commissioner Goldblum.
No.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Nay.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
Okay, with 8 in favor and 3 opposed, the motion carries.
Okay, so that's approved. And that's the end of the day. So thank you, commissioners. Thank you to the public. And thanks to the staff for another great virtual hearing. And we're off next Tuesday, the Tuesday after Memorial Day, and we will see you all on June 2nd. Take care.
Thank you.
You too.
Aye. Thank you.
Bye.